welcome back to Winds of Change. I have been dying to get back into this game since last week. I really cannot wait to get back with my boy Pro after what happened last week. Don't die. I'll try not to. Hi there, Paul. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. So, actually, let's just get into the, let's just get in here, because this is kind of loud. Go. Oh, there's a lot of things to talk about, actually. There we go. Oh, dude, I've been obsessed with this song ever since I played it last week. I have not stopped listening to the song since last week. It's so good! Sheesh. Alrighty then. So let's go over a recap of what happened. So last time, we went through a lot of cutscenes. There was a lot that went on. We went to the war table and we were discussing our plan of action. I'm just teasing. I get the charming rogue. Has that effect? Yeah, it kind of does. Time for more tear-jerking moments. We'll see. We'll see. How you doing, Slushy? So, we went to the war table and then we got attacked. And Shane ended up essentially killing Domek. Which basically led to a betrayal for Domek. And yeah, things got really messy last time. We, my character almost died. So that was great. And unfortunately, Grizz we had to make a decision in terms of Grizz's fate. And unfortunately, we decided to let him sacrifice himself. Which, it was unfortunate, but he wanted to make amends. And I felt like that was the best option. As much as I didn't want to do it, but it was the only thing. And then, after that, we had to make another tough decision, which we literally spent about 10 minutes trying to figure out what to do. And that was in terms of like how we were going to create our army. So we had a choice of either creating an army of seers, but the problem was they would essentially become brain dead after the war, and they would just be yeah, like we'd be feeding them, but they would have no life, essentially. However, the other option for the army was to have our the monarchs return from the dead, essentially, but they would be in endless pain. And not even the release of death, like not even death could release their pain. That's essentially what we were given in terms of what to choose. And oh my god, chat, it was rough. It was so hard to choose what to do, because like they were both horrible things to do. But I felt as if with the monarchs returning, I felt like that was a bit more equal, because if you pass on, you should be able to rest in peace, you know? And they were going to be in endless pain, like during the whole thing. And I felt like that was more torturous than just being brain dead after the war. And the way I saw it was that there could be a chance that we can cure the seers after the war. Like maybe we'll find a way to be able to get them back into shape and, get them back to the way they were and all that kind of stuff. So that's the decisions that we made so far. Aloy, hi, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. yeah, and then after that, well, now we're on the ship. We're on our way to our next destination, which is where Ulrich is from. And I have a feeling that we're gonna end up finding out more about him very, like, probably in today's stream. So that's gonna be very interesting to learn more about him. Also, we got a new member of the crew, Hal, who is basically the spirit realm in form, so to speak. They are using the body of I forgot his name now, but the previous leader before Domek. Um, so a lot of people have been kind of taken aback by it. And yeah, it's been interesting having Howl on board with us. Because obviously they are from the spirit realm, they have all this experience, they've been around for a long time. So yeah. And speaking of Howl, we found out from Howl that apparently we're part of a monarchy, which means apparently my character is a queen. She's essentially royalty. Which is insane to think about. So now everybody has kind of been like, oh, okay. They're kind of like looking at me somewhat differently, especially Fortem and Valessa. They're just like, oh shoot, all right. And now Valessa's not taking it so great at the moment, for what I recall. She's like, she found out some things as well about her family, our family, as a matter of fact. So yeah, this is gonna be very interesting. Anyway, enough of me yapping. I think you guys have waited long enough. I just wanted to give a quick recap in terms of what we went through last week. And yeah, we'll find out now what is in store for us. Can't wait to see you get to the end and see your reaction. No spoilers. Yeah, no spoilers, please. Not that I knew you wouldn't, but still. I'm very interested to see where this goes. So let's get cracking. Oh, excuse me. So we've done all the heart-to-hearts. We've done Howl and I forgot his name now. But we've done their interaction. So let's see here. Nope. Go. Is this one? Retire to the quarters until you arrive in Alarenthia? I would say yes, because we've done all the heart-to-hearts. Yeah, oh my god. Freaking Pro's heart-to-heart last week, and Domic's, but Pro's heart-to-heart really got to me last week. It was so freaking cute. I'm not gonna lie, I felt kind of embarrassed the fact that I was crying over it, just in general, but also because Tabby was in the same room as, he was in the same room as me when that happened. And I felt weird describing the scene where, like, basically my character and Pro were kissing and all that kind of stuff, having like a romantic moment, while my husband is behind me. It felt kind of weird. I was just like, I'm not cheating on you, I promise. Oh my god. It's just weird. It's just so weird. Anyway, I make my way down into the crew area of the ship. My bed isn't too hard to find, and at least I have privacy. Yeah, how long is that gonna last? I find myself remembering what Grizz told me about the blade. It bends to the will of the wielder. That much was true. I've been able to use it to accomplish so much already. But what are the true limits of its power? Did I want to know? I rest the blade on my bed and sit beside it, cross-legged. Closing my eyes, I start to focus and clear my mind. This is probably a good time to test my limits. Oh, we're gonna do the, like, looking into the past or the future, or whatever it was that we're thinking of doing. Blade of Exodus, show me our victory. I reach forward and gently touch the blade. My eyes are shut tight and my resolve is clear. Yet, try and wish as I might, nothing happens at all. Did the blade have nothing to show me? Or maybe Was I scared of seeing the future? Could be worse. Was there no victory in sight? I pull back and open my eyes. It didn't work. I scoff and rest the blade at my bedside, concerned. I drift out to sleep with with an anxiety that wasn't there before. Yeah, I think I'd be an anxious mess. When I wake up, I see the sun pierce through the windows. With everything I was told, that means we're in Alarinthia. I grab the blade and immediately get out of bed. Running around the ship, I see nobody in sight. Did they leave without me? That's odd. Or maybe they let me sleep in. After everything that happened, I guess I'm thankful. I search for a map of Alarinthia and inspect it closely. If they left, then I should be able to meet them at the docks. Alright then. Oh boy, this should be interesting. Let's go. When I exit the ship, I notice everybody standing around outside. Ulrich stands strong and tall. All of my other comrades look defeated. Oh wait, I just realized I forgot to put on this. I forgot to put this toggle of me holding the controller last week entirely, and I felt like a right idiot. There we go. Fanning themselves, it's clear that the heat is the source of this exhaustion.
Oh, geez, this is almost unbearable. Ulrich, how do people even live in this heat? It's only been 10 minutes and I already feel like death.
You kind of get used to it after a while, to be fair. And plus, you work around it, so to speak. No worries, Xander. Appreciate you stopping by for a bit. Thank you so much. Take care of yourself, dude.
You get used to it, trust me. Besides, a lot of the natives are draconic. Their bodies don't handle the mainland too well.
Draconic, huh? Okay. I didn't think we were going to get draconic characters.
Oh, I think I read about that. Hopefully they can adapt just as fast as we can. We'll be marching into Balteus together, after all.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it too much. Just make sure to have a drink on you at all times.
Yeah.
In these deserts, dehydration is your greatest enemy.
That it is. I've lived in a hot country. I know how it is.
Right.
They part ways and go about their business. Ulrich goes toward Pro, and they start talking in private. Valessa ends up with Fortem, so I need to find my own company. Dominic and Hal stand together, so I slowly walk toward them. Hopefully some of the tension had settled after the long voyage. It would be detrimental to have two senior staff constantly at arms.
Hello, Monarch.
Hey, Dominic.
Hey.
Hey.
I was just about to ask Howl about Alarinthia. Surely it looks much different than it did back then. Legends dictate that it was once lush and full of green.
Legends that lie.
Wait, really? But that can't be true. The destruction of the idol turned it into this desert. Without spiritual energy to nurture the land, oh, wait.
Precisely. Alarinthia has always looked this way. This legend you speak of is simply a poorly conjured tale. We often create stories to understand what we cannot grasp.
Wait, does that mean that Valinnorth will be fine without the idol?
Correct. In our prison, we had no power. There is no logic behind these assumptions of yours. At least, no logic now that you know the truth of our kind.
Well, isn't that wonderful news? At least it narrows our focus a little bit more. I could tell that was a source of stress, Monarch.
I can't wait to tell this to Valessa and Fortem.
We imagine this is a big relief, especially for the Elder. The anxiety of ruling a nation doomed to death, that would be too much. If they have any further questions, Do not hesitate to direct them our way.
He crosses his arms and looks around the docks. I could tell he's wondering why we're still standing around. After all, we were on a tight schedule with the ball and all.
Normally there'd be a lengthy immigration process, but due to the ball, this nation is open to everybody. It's a long trek, but we can head straight into the city.
Oh, that's why we're going to a ball. I completely forgot. What do we do once we get there?
Look for Vivian, I presume. If we can't find her in time, then we'll head to the ball. But meeting her before then would be a huge advantage.
We agree with this course of action, Monarch. However, our knowledge of Alarinthia is not very deep. We'd suggest working closely with Ulrich in this endeavor.
I nod, agreeing that what they both have to say. With what they both have to say. As if that was to dismiss me, they both turn away. It's nice to see that they're getting along at least. Ulrich and Pro seem to be done with their conversation as well. Making my way over to Ulrich, I noticed something odd. Out of the corner of my eye, someone is staring at me. Hello? I make eye contact with them, and they quickly run away. That was concerning. Being by Ulrich is probably a good idea right now. As I approach him, he smiles at me. Odd. I thought he'd be miserable.
Hey there, Monarch. Welcome to my homeland. Forecast calls for excruciating heat and a chance of death. Just a chance, though. Let's hope it stays that way, right?
Yeah. I nod. I guess he's using some humor to cope. Yeah.
Let me guess. You have a lot of questions. I'll try my best to answer, but make it quick. We're on a strict timer here. We can't fail.
He motions toward the vast desert before us. Honestly, it seems to go on forever. It's crazy.
The ball starts in around 8 hours. Dinner time. If we don't move fast, we won't be able to make it. You know what's at stake, Monarch. Let's get going.
I nod. I guess he does have the authority here. After all, none of us know anything about this place. If we're following his lead, I'd better do what he says. Of course, I do have a few questions about this place. If I stop to ask him before we leave, I better do it fast. Missing that ball would be catastrophic to our cause. Alrighty then. So we've got a couple of things to do here. Let's see what what's going on with Sovi up here? Parallel Chronicle, yes. Let's see what's going on with Sovi. Halen, Sovi, and Shane have finally arrived in Balteas. Making their way to the castle, Sovi trembled with anxiety. He didn't know how the Triumvirate would react to any of this.
Halen, can I talk to you for a moment?
Of course, Master.
They stop in their tracks, Shane included. He knew enough not to intrude of their secret talks. He stood to the side, even though he was now one of them.
Back in Museo, I was confident, but not anymore. I'm starting to worry that the Triumvirate will chastise me. What should I expect? And how should I react if they do?
You act as if you haven't failed them before. Remember when I first became your apprentice? They thought you weren't teaching me good enough. You almost went insane when they gave you time off.
You would too, Halen. Trust me, it's boring. But that's nothing in comparison to what happened. We don't have the blade, and almost everybody escaped.
Through no fault of our own, remember? I have your back in this. I won't tell them the truth. However, I need to ask for one thing in exchange.
Of course.
Work on your personal issues, Master. I don't care what they are. Just get them sorted out.
Wait, why was that last bit of dialogue cut out? Remember, I'm likely to get chastised just as much as you.
But we'll save the bad news for last. We dealt a major blow to the rebellion, Sovi. With the loss of their leader, they'll be in disarray.
That's right. They don't realize that Dominic is, he's actually alive. They think he's still dead.
If the Triumvirate doesn't like that, then it's their problem. Like you said, this isn't the last time we'll face them in battle. Whether it takes us days or months to win, it shouldn't matter. After all, we'll still win. With that said, are we clear?
In this moment, it seemed like Halen was the one giving orders. However, Sylvie had no choice but to obey. He couldn't risk being exposed.
We're clear. Let's continue walking. I'll think of what to tell them as we move along.
They break their huddle and continue walking toward their HQ. Shane steps closer, striding in unison with Sylvie as they do so.
So, what was all that about? You said I was one of you now, right? When will you start treating me that way?
Oh, sorry. Force of habit. We were just talking about what we should tell our masters. While we did damage the rebellion, we failed in our objective.
You mean that blade?
Yes, and the Ceres.
Look, Sophie, you kinda saved my life. For that reason alone, you have my support. Whatever you want me to do, just let me know.
You absolute fool. Samuel and Ed, hi, welcome on in, guys. Hope you're doing well. Sylvie smiles, having the support of his comrades. Any fears he had of being punished were quickly put to rest.
Thank you, Shane. It means a lot. I can tell we're going to get along just fine.
Okay. Alright, let's see what they do.
I need to thank you again, Pommy. Your support means a lot to me, it truly does. Some of the rebels have started to side with Howl.
A pretty dumb decision if you ask me. I know what they're thinking, that you're responsible, but that's impossible. Nobody could have seen what was coming.
Yeah, for real. I'm with them.
Yeah, we were played. Caught off guard. I know it won't happen again, though. Things are different. It's almost like our belief in the spirit realm was holding us back.
I don't remember your character having a controller and hands visible. It's actually relatively new. It's just that I completely forgot to use it last week. But yeah, I've only added it recently. Tommy looks cute. Yeah. Honestly, a lot of the characters in this game look absolutely fantastic.
Do you think the people will even believe us, though? I mean, do you even believe the truth we've been told?
I don't really have a choice, Dominic. Your speech gave us proof. It was undeniable. I'd advise doing the same thing to every other Alestian.
Wait, that's not Sean playing Pommy, is it? Hold on. Sounds like Sean. One second. Because I know he plays Sylvie and he plays Pro. Give me a moment. Winds of Change. Visual novel. There we go. Just wanna look at the cast real quick. Oh, cast and crew. Here we go. Wanna have a look. Alright, here we go. So it is Sean! I thought it sounded like him. Wow, he played more characters than I thought. And as we were listening to Sylvie, Halen, and Shane, I was thinking about, I was starting to pick up how Halen started to sound like Dominic, and yeah, I was right to think that because it is the same actor. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I'm starting to pick up the voice actors for this, which is great. All right. Sorry, I just wanted to find that out.
Even if it takes years, you can do it. I'll even help you if you need assistance. Nobody said that things would be easy after the war.
You're right, and thanks for that offer. I'm pretty sure I'll take you up on it, since this is a tall order. But I know that almost anything is possible if we all band together.
Of course. So for now, we need to fix the discord in our ranks. I'll talk with the rebels that are siding with Hal. They need to stop. There are no sides in this. We all fight for the same cause.
Exactly.
And if they put their differences aside, well, Tomek, we'll win this thing for sure.
Alrighty then. Let me just save real quick. Yep. Okay, now let's talk to Ulrich.
Hey,
Hey. What can you tell me about this ball?
well, it's definitely not something Dracu came up with. Rulers of Alarinthia have been doing it for ages, actually. It's supposed to make your subjects less inclined to rebel. It's not really working if Vivian exists, but at the end of the day, it's still a nice party. As much food and drink as you could ever want. Don't worry, Monarch, I won't go overboard. I do like to drink, but not while I'm on a mission of any sort. I'll be tempted, of course, though I'm sure you can keep me in line.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you gotta be careful, dude.
After the feast, there's a large ball, but it all starts with a speech. Basically, Dracu will be bragging about his power and influence. If he shows off how strong he is, he's less inclined to be challenged. Though if there is a challenge, they hold a tournament the next day. It rarely happens unless it's a drunken partygoer trying to play a joke. Everyone wakes up, hungover, and goes about their simple lives.
I really hope that doesn't end up happening to us. What can you tell me about Dracu?
Honestly, I don't know too much about him. I've been out of the loop on Alarinthian politics for a while. But to hold the throne of this nation, you need to be fierce. So, if you think I'm strong, then you know nothing. He'll make me look like a whelp in comparison. And from what I've heard, he's pretty smart too.
Wow, okay then.
Most rulers, from what I've seen, simply bathe in their own riches. To hold a ball and share it with your nation? That's pretty genius. It destroys any motivation to remove him from the throne. That's why Alarinthia hasn't had a tournament in a long time. The people are either happy or certain that they lose in combat. I'm betting on the latter, which makes Dracu even more intimidating. Do not underestimate him, Monarch. If the natives can't dethrone him, what chance do we stand? Vivian might dream of a changed nation, but it'll stay that, just a dream.
Ulrich is a cuddle bug. As I said before, I could see why people would be into him, but he's not my type. I wouldn't mind giving him a hug at least once, if anything. What are some places of note in Alarinthia?
The town square is a nice place, but it's just like Mazeo, a large market with people all peddling their homemade wares. You won't find anything you need, but you'll find everything you want.
Hi, Saber. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. This is a visual novel called Winds of Change. You can find it on Steam and other consoles. It's been out since like 2018, 2019. It's been good so far.
After that, I'd say to pay the Colosseum a visit. It's not just a venue used to battle for Alarinthia's throne. They have large battles every day, and you can place bets. Of course, my personal pick would be the tavern. Alarinthia has a lot of unique drinks, so I'll make sure to stop there. If I get my fill, maybe I'll be lucky enough to forget this entire voyage.
Yeah, typical that he'd be interested in the tavern. With how I'm doing, looking for a new card due to my last card. Yeah, I think I did hear briefly about that, which I'm really sorry that you're having to deal with that right now. That really sucks. Ugh. Hopefully you'll be able to get that sorted out, though. Wait, what are you apologizing for? How does it feel to be back here after all this time?
It doesn't feel any different than I thought, if that's what you mean. Stepping foot on this soil didn't change my mind. It only solidified my hate. Let's do everything we can to get out of here as fast as possible, Monarch. Please.
Fair. Is there anything else you want to do now that you're back?
No, I just want to get the job done and get back home. If you think you can change my outlook on this place, you're wrong. I think this conversation is over, Monarch. We have a long journey ahead.
Okay, jeez. Okay then. Well, we've done everything here. Well, actually, let's have a look and see if is there anything to look at.
Is that Alarinthia? It's huge.
No, it's not. That's just immigration.
Immigration?
Yeah, if you're an outsider, you need to register. That is, of course, except during Dracu's annual ball.
So we can just waltz right into the castle.
Yeah,
Isn't that a little dangerous?
for us and the outsiders, yeah. Remember where we are, Valessa. Dracu could kill anybody in the blink of an eye.
Yeesh. Oh, fair enough, yeah, it could work as an audiobook. But yeah, no worries, dude. Thanks for the lurk. I appreciate it. And I hope you're doing well.
Letting in people from the mainland is no threat at all. Any threat to Alarinthian soil comes from Alarinthia itself. Of course, that brings about its own host of problems.
Wow, you sure know a lot about this stuff.
Unfortunately.
They sure gave us a good ship. I have to say, that alliance was a great idea.
This is an impressive vessel.
Of course, it's amazing.
That is underwhelming. The monarchy had much bigger vessels. We simply assumed the pirates held back.
Dude,
Oh,
Of course, we do not wish to condescend. We only wish to inform you of this world's past. Surely that is something that interests you.
oh, well, when you put it that way, sure. Sorry, I thought you were rubbing it in my face.
it did kind of sound like that, to be fair.
Only partly.
Okay.
So what are these boxes for?
I'm not sure. Probably food and supplies. It's a long trek to Alarinthia. You need sustenance.
Oh, then where's our sustenance?
I think we went through most of it on the voyage.
Oh no! Are we gonna be in trouble?
Probably.
What? Oh, wait. You're joking, aren't you?
Probably.
Probably. Right. I think that's everything. There's no books, so... Okay, I think we'll... we'll go forward. Oh wait. Wrong button. There we go. Here. Bye. So I guess we go to the desert. We take slow, heavy steps through the deserts of Alarinthia. Heat assaults us and the humidity is thick, like sheets in the air. Ulrich seems unfazed, but everyone else is handling it pretty badly.
I can't believe that people actually live here. How much farther is it, Ulrich? This is crazy.
I'd say around 6 to 8 hours. There's an oasis halfway there. We can stop. I have a feeling you've already exhausted your canteen.
It was too hard to resist. So, there's an oasis in a few hours? That'll be a good place to rest and relax.
That is for sure. Alright, I see the ads are about to start, so I'm gonna pause here for a minute, just so that people don't miss out. Ugh. Stretch my back. Oh, wait for the ads to go through. They're taking a little bit to start, though. There we go. Yeah, how's everyone doing? You guys doing alright? An animator I used to follow on Blue Sky. All of them. Okay. Well, welcome back from ads, everyone. Sorry about that. Thank you for your patience as well. Let's continue.
We can't waste that kind of time, Dominic. There's enough time to fill up on water. That's it. If we take too long, we'll miss both Vivian and the ball.
Right, of course.
Dominic pants, sweat trailing through his fur. He's not alone, though. Almost everybody acts the same. Hopefully things will cool down once the sun starts to set. I moved toward Ulrich as we walked through the desert. He was our guide, so I shouldn't let him out of sight. I could see the city in the distance, but no oasis at all.
Back in the day, they used these deserts as punishment. Criminals were sent out here and they had to prove their worth. If they were strong enough to survive, then they'd be taken back in.
For some reason, that doesn't surprise me.
Most of the time, the criminals would just succumb to the heat. They'd be unable to move, then they'd pass out. Death would come soon after. They called these people Sixers, since they usually passed out within 6 hours.
Huh. I'm not sure why he's telling this to me. If he wants to pep me up, he's sure failing. We'd be out here for more than 6 hours.
In addition to that, their bodies lasted 6 days. Don't worry though, we'll be fine. We have water. That isn't the courtesy they wanted to give to criminals.
Well, at least that makes me feel better.
You're probably wondering why I'm telling you this story.
Yes.
Don't worry.
Oh, shoot, didn't mean to do that. I thought that was the end of it. You're probably wondering why I'm telling you this story. Wait, he was gonna say something else. Okay, the dialogue has been acting up, or it's been not so great in terms of like either the voice acting, like the voice acting is not lining up the dialogue, or it's or like we're missing bits of dialogue in the text box here. He smiles and holds out his arm. Rotating it slightly, he shows off his tattoos.
If the Sixers survived, they gave them special markings. They were pardoned and to be respected for their power. A bit of a secret, you know? Just keep it between us, alright?
Okay, so that's how you got your markings. Wait, so Ulrich is an Elorinthian criminal? I had a feeling he was going to be like a criminal or like a known criminal in Elorinthia, just because of like he was saying, oh, like you might hear people talking about me and all this kind of stuff. I'm thinking, was he a criminal? Or at least he was, since he appears to have been pardoned. I'm glad that he was comfortable enough to tell me this kind of stuff.
Besides, they look pretty good, don't they?
I don't know what to say here. Urge to break Elorinthian law rising? Oh my god. I guess I'll go with this one. I can go either way, to be honest.
Well, I guess they're not for everybody. I think I'd look a bit bland without them, you know?
That you
We
would.
could all benefit from some embellishment.
Yeah, you definitely would look bland without them, that's for sure. I agree with that.
Anyway, I guess that's enough story time for now. The more you know about Alarenthia, the better. That, and it makes the walk go by way faster. If you'll excuse me, I have some business to take care of. We'll have plenty of time to talk later, Monarch, trust me. If you find that you're needing anything, just wave me down.
I nod before looking back at the rest of my comrades. They look so drained and fatigued. We need that oasis and fast. Alrighty then. So we got 410 down there, and we got a interaction between Ulrich and Pro. Let's look at this stuff here first. These cliffs must act as landmarks. Without those, it would be easy to get lost. Getting lost in this desert could easily be deadly. That it would. Sand, sand, and more sand. Wait, what's that? Right, sand. I guess that's Elorinthia, way out there. It's gonna be one long journey. Hopefully the oasis helps all of us out. Alright, let's hear the interaction.
Hey, Pro, can I talk to you for a second?
Of course. What's up?
There's my boy.
I can't say in front of everybody else. I need to talk to you alone, in secret.
Oh.
Oh, is it about that?
Pro, not in front of anybody else. Follow me over here and talk quietly.
Right. Sorry. Well then, what's up?
Oh, come on! You can't tease me like that! Rude.
Hey,
Hey, 410. What do you think about Elorinthia so far?
from what I've experienced so far, it's awful. I'm holding out on hope that it's colder in the city, but I know that won't be true. I bet it'll be even worse. If I lived here, I'd definitely be nocturnal. I mean, it must get colder at nighttime, right? I just sleep the day away. And that's a fact.
From what I understand in deserts, it does get pretty cold at nighttime, but it's just brutal during the day with the heat.
So I guess not much would change, to be honest. Though I haven't been able to get much sleep lately. Anyway, yeah, it's basically the worst place in the world.
Do you think we'll be able to secure an alliance?
I sure hope so. Otherwise, this would be a waste. I mean, coming here and then leaving empty-handed, that'd mean we put ourselves through all of this for nothing. That's not my style, you know? I don't care if we have to fight in a tournament even. We're not coming all the way here only to accomplish nothing.
Who would you side with? Vivian or Draku?
Whoa, putting me on the spot, huh? I guess I'd probably side with Vivian. Ulrich hates this place, and I can see why. Politics would only make this a million times worse, so I think Alarinthia would be better off like the mainland. It's different, yes, but in my opinion, it's a bad different. Like, Mazeo was different, but it was good. The constant battle to see who is stronger? Yikes. Sounds like that would get pretty toxic, and fast.
Yeah, you're right about that. Do you prefer Howl or Domic?
That's a tough choice, but I'd have to say Domic. It's not fair that Howl tried to pin all of this on him.
Yeah.
Nothing that happened at the Rebel HQ was his fault.
Yeah, I had a feeling he'd side with Domic, and yeah, I'm with him on that one.
But that doesn't mean I hate Howl.
Yeah.
Far from it. He seems so wise, and we could learn a lot from him. An entire ancient culture inside of him? Just think about it.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you.
There's so much we don't know about the monarchy. He could help us fill dozens and dozens of history books. I hope he survives this. He has lots of info to pass on to us.
Any side of that oasis?
No, and I'm slowly melting. I went through all my water within the first hours. My fault, I know. I'll make sure to ration it better next time. If there is a next time, of course. I'm starting to think that this oasis was a lie. I see mirages, sure, but no real water.
Oh, God.
If you see it, make sure to tell me right away. I might even go for a swim if I have the time. You should join me. It'd be pretty awesome.
Oh, dude, I'd be down for swimming. I love swimming. Alrighty then. Not much else, so let's go to the map and let's go to the oasis. Very interesting art style for this background. It's almost like it almost looks like oil paints or something. When we arrive at the oasis, everybody immediately runs toward it. Opening their canteens, they fill them up and quickly drink up. I do the same before turning to face my allies in relief. Deffy, hi, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. I was starting to get parched and worried about passing out. Placement of an oasis here was awfully convenient. I chose not to count our blessings as I faced my friends.
This is amazing! Just what I needed. If you don't mind, I'm gonna take a swim. Just give me a few minutes, alright?
Fortim, no. That's disgusting. People drink this water. It's not for swimming.
But...
No.
Fortem scoffs and crosses his arms. I don't blame him for wanting to jump in, but I get where Valessa's coming from. Hope we're doing well. I'm doing alright, thank you. I'm doing alright. I'm glad you're doing well. This is the moment I decide to tell them what Hal told me. Without the power from Solberg's idol, Valinor would be fine.
Wait, really?
That's amazing. And you're certain about this?
I nod. Hal was definitely a reliable source. There was now an upside to all of our shaken faith.
I totally needed to hear some good news. This trek through the desert is downright awful. When we get back, let's all go to Valinorth.
Yeah, definitely. It'll feel so good to be back home. With your vision and that dim idol, my outlook was so grim. But now that attack won't happen, and the idol doesn't matter.
Long live Valinorth?
Long live Valinorth.
We all smiled before parting ways. I look over at Ulrich and Pro. They're talking to each other, but very quietly, almost secretive. I choose not to interrupt them and make my way over to Domek.
Hey, we were just talking about our future options. I mean, would we rather side with Vivian or Draku? I think Vivian is the better option, but Hal disagrees.
As we seem to do in many matters.
Yeah.
We need strength to win the upcoming war, Domek. Vivian cannot deliver as much strength. Only hope for her nation.
You'd be surprised how much hope can be helpful.
If hope could win wars, we wouldn't even be here. In times like this, we are glad that you're not in charge. We trust that the monarch will make the proper decision.
Well, what do you say, Monarch? If you had to choose right now, what would you do? Just a hypothetical, of course, nothing set in stone.
Oh, jeez. The fact that these guys are butting heads a lot is kind of annoying, I'm not gonna lie. I guess I'll just go with this one.
There you have it, Hal. We need to think about the future of this world too. It makes sense to give Alarinthia a new form of leadership.
Yeah.
There is nothing wrong with the way Alarinthia is run. You cannot change it simply because you do not like it. Such a move would make you no better than the Triumvirate.
Bro!
We cannot become the enemy we seek to dethrone. Your way of thinking requires some reevaluation, Domek. You may say means to an end, but so does the Triumvirate.
With Hal on this, a strong army with a strong leader is preferable than hope alone. I mean, fair. I didn't know what to pick, so I just went with hope. I could go back and, change my mind if I wanted to.
Wow, you paint me as such a villain.
He does.
A change in leadership would require the spilling of blood. Innocents would die, much like the occupation of Mazeo. Think of what you lost. Do you want to do this to others?
Dominic seems unable to come up with a response to this. Promptly changing the subject, he seems to admit defeat.
Well, are you all full up on water? Ulrich said we're halfway there, and we're making good time. I think we'll make it to the city with plenty of time to spare, Monarch.
Hal seems unamused at the sudden change in topic.
This body does not work like you would expect. We do not need water, and do not risk passing out. Whenever you're ready to continue, we will do so.
Saying that, we all part ways. We shouldn't stay here for too much longer. Missing that ball would damage our cause immensely. Okay. Your playthrough, base the choices off your opinions. I mean, yeah.
I could sit here and drink this all day. I've never missed water so much in my entire life. In fact, leave me behind. I'll stay here until things are done.
Yeah, you're dehydrated when water tastes amazing.
Nice try, but you're not getting out of this that easy. Fill up your canteen, Fortin. We need to get going.
Wait, your canteen is so much bigger than mine. Can we trade? You're used to this desert, Ulrich.
Used to it? I haven't been here for You know what? Fine. You can have it, Fortin. Just fill it up and let's get going, okay?
Wait. Was he about to say for 1,000 years? Or for thousands? Was he about to say thousands? Okay.
All right, score!
Still no sign of the city. How much farther could it be? I think Ulrich said that this was the halfway point or something. Hopefully none of us pass out from exhaustion in this place. Wotem circles these trees. Clearly he wants to climb them. It's not very long until Ulrich grabs him and takes him away. He's almost become some sort of babysitter at this rate. Nah, you're hearing things. Must be the heat. Uh-huh. Okay. Let's hear the interactions up here.
So, what's it like to be a seer? What kind of stuff are you starting to see? Does it hurt your head? Are you enjoying it?
It gives me great pleasure to see the future. But right now, it's just the little things. Indecipherable. Perhaps as we process this, things will become clearer.
I see loss in the future, loss and tragedy. But for which side of this battle, I cannot say. It seems to be a gut feeling at the moment.
Yeah, it's the same for me. Brief flashes. But I see a coliseum, and a big struggle. I think you'll all be fighting during your visit.
Yeah, that checks out.
Fighting? That's no fun. Hopefully your powers get better over time. Imagine how strong you'd be in those battles. Able to see every move before the enemy even makes it? With that power, we'd never have to worry about tragedy or loss. I can tell you're going to be one of the best assets in this war.
Why, thank you. That means a lot. I'm happy to serve the rebellion in any way I can. What they did back in those tunnels was inexcusable.
Yeah, I'd say we show them the same treatment. We'll fight for a future that all of you can enjoy. Even if we can't join that future ourselves.
That's certainly a pessimistic view, Ignis. There might be a way to save our minds, you know. This rebellion has proved that anything is possible.
Yeah?
Yeah, you're right. We'll make it through this.
Okey-dokey. Let's talk to Valessa.
Hey,
Hey. So, what do you think of Alarinthia so far?
I can't believe how hot it is, actually. I mean, Ulrich told us stories, and I thought he was exaggerating. As soon as we stepped off that ship, I knew he was actually right. Of course, he doesn't seem like the type to embellish his stories. Maybe some part of me was just hoping it wouldn't be that bad. He painted such a grim picture of this place, you know?
Would you rather side with Vivian or Draco?
Vivian, hands down. I don't like the way Alarenthia is run. Relying on strength alone creates such a toxic atmosphere. Anyone with a brilliant mind would simply be pushed aside. That holds back the progression of society by so much. Valinor embraced new ideas and nurtured bright minds. If anything, it actually explains why Alarenthia is so primitive.
What are your thoughts on Howl?
It's so weird seeing our former elder just walking around. But I need to work on that. I need my mind to know it's not him. Salus is gone, and there's nothing we can do to change that fact.
That was his name, Salus. I knew he began with an S, but I couldn't remember what he was called.
Hal is an interesting guy. He sure has a lot to say. His insight into the past of the world could fill 1,000,000 books. With all of those souls, he knows almost everything there is to know.
Yeah, sounds about right.
He told me that society has actually regressed in Alarenthia. It used to be one with the monarchy. Their whole world was united. I hope we can make a world like that after this war is finally over.
Anything you'd like to accomplish while we're here?
Yeah, I want to break the record for most water ever ingested. I'll never take something like that for granted ever again, I swear. It makes me miss the water tank from back in Valinor, actually. Whenever we needed it, it was right there on demand. One oasis in the entire desert makes water pretty scarce. How do they handle the water situation in their capital?
Who knows? Do you think Ulrich will be okay now that he's back home?
Yeah, I think he'll be fine. It's just a lot to take in. He finally has a chance to change this place for the better. Apparently, that's all he wanted ever since he was young. I feel like this world will be completely different after we win. Such a scary thought. Well, scary and exciting. We're leading a revolution. I almost can't believe it.
Onward we go, and we're going to the gates. We arrive at the gates to Alarinthia after an exhausting trek through the desert. It feels like things will change now that we're here, but they probably won't. The city won't be any more inviting. There just might be more water. A lone man stands at the gates, and I recognize him. He's the man I saw watching us back at the docks. This can't be coincidence. He must be after us. Ulrich notices him and starts to walk toward the gate.
Let me handle this. I've been here before. He probably knows who we are. Info travels fast here. Just stay calm and I'll have us in the city in no time, alright?
We all nod, leaving Ulrich to handle the situation.
We seek passage into the city and nothing more. It's been a long trip from Mazeo and we need shelter. Our business lies with the ones known as Vivian and Draku.
The man remains silent for a few moments before bursting into laughter.
I know exactly who you are, Ulrich. Vivian is waiting for you in the tavern. And Draku? Well, you'll have a ball to attend.
Wait, how do you know who I am?
I followed you all, up until the Oasis. That was my chance to get ahead and tip off Vivian. Besides, you stick out like a sore thumb. Nice markings, Sixer.
I trust that won't be an issue.
It shouldn't, but I'm surprised you found somebody to do that. Recreating the markings of the ancients is frowned upon. They earned those markings. You certainly did not.
Okay.
Of course.
Though you do bear a striking resemblance to the Ulrich of legend. If anything, that'll make your relationship with Vivian more amicable.
Legend. Again, the whole the 1,000 years thing, or at least I'm assuming 1,000 years. And now Ulrich of legend? So I guess I'm starting to suspect that I guess maybe he was reincarnated or something? Or like, he came back from the dead, or I don't know. That's what I'm starting to pick up.
I was given this name by my parents. They align with his views, and so do I. If that'll be all, we'd like to keep going.
Of course. I wasn't standing here to stop you. I merely wished to welcome you back home. I hope you and your monarch end up useful.
He bows to Ulrich as a sign of respect.
By the way, call me Drakior.
Drakior, okay. Ulrich nods before turning back to face us. Drakior enters the city, likely returning to Vivian's side. I'm glad that our quest in this land finally has some direction.
Well, that was easy. Because of the ball, there's almost no security. I knew he'd be involved with Vivian. I could just tell.
So we'll have enough time to meet with her before the ball. That's great. I was worried we'd be on a tight schedule. You can't really rush decisions that change a nation.
Yeah, it was definitely fortuitous. We better make sure it's not a trap. That's the perfect way to catch us off guard.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't seem disingenuous.
That's the perfect way to catch us off guard.
Right. So what's the next step?
We head into the town square. If the tavern hasn't moved, it's connected. We'll be seeing Vivian within the hour, for sure.
All right, sounds good to me. Is there more water in the city?
Yeah, but don't ask for water in the tavern. It's seen as a sign of weakness amongst Alarinthians. If you drink anything while we're there, make sure it's ale.
Everybody stands around, seeming to wait for my mark. There's something up with Ulrich. I have a strong gut feeling. The secret talks with Pro and some of the things Drakior said. Alrighty then. much from the look of it. We do have a thing with Howl here. Is Alarinthia the same as it was back then?
No, it is completely different. More primitive. Alarinthia existed in unison with the monarchy. It was one part of a larger whole. It was peaceful. Being stuck in a constant power struggle sounds awful, but still, it has given us what we need. A strong potential ally. Draco is the result of generations of a savage cycle of growth. Every ruler is stronger than the last. For almost an eternity, they have followed these laws. Draco and his army must be exceptional in their power.
How are you handling being in Salus's body?
We have no complaints. It seems to be others who have problems. Especially those close to Salus, like his son.
Hey Mard, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well.
But we will work on that while we travel. Perhaps your forces just need time to adjust. This must be a jarring transition, to say the least.
You don't say. Did you really make it through the desert with no water?
We require no sustenance. We may eat and drink with this body, but it is not necessary. If anything, we would do it for pleasure, rather than to survive.
Just making me think of the crystal gems from Steven Universe.
But pleasure is not something we require either. So, because of that, we choose not to eat or drink. There are those who need it more than us, Monarch.
Do you think we'll win this war and defeat the Triumvirate?
We are unable to comment on this matter. Conjecture of that kind will lead nowhere constructive. We must simply increase our chances of winning, and try.
Thank you for the hydrate. How you doing, Gixer? Travel to the city? Yes. Alrighty then. Why so many hot guys? I don't know. How you doing, Vincent? Welcome on in. Let's go into the town square. As soon as we enter the town square, Ulrich motions for all of us to stay close. He will run amok, while others try to peddle their wares, waving us over. Oh, nice, Mart. Heck yeah. It almost seems just like Museo, but the products must be different.
Good. Tavern is in the same place. It's just over there, so we'll make it on time.
Crosses his arms and looks around the town square. Then he rubs his arm in a way that almost hides his tattoo. But it's too late. I can already see the townspeople staring. Ulrich was definitely hiding something from all of us. I'd hate to say he's losing our trust, but he's definitely suspicious. Nothing he's told me adds up with what the Alarinthians have said. Almost out of fear, it seems that the townspeople avoid us. Eye contact is as far as we go, leaving us lots of room to maneuver. I guess that helps. It'd suck if they all invaded our personal bubble.
Let's not waste too much time out here, alright? I think we only have a few hours until the ball begins. I'll stay here, but feel free to look around for a bit.
Honestly, I expected Alarinthia to be different. But it looks like I'm staring at an alternate version of Museo. The only thing that stands out is the architecture and the heat. That heat didn't change one bit when we got to the city. However, the natives seem used to it, walking around with ease. Most of them aren't fully clothed, wearing a getup much like Ulrich's. I guess it's my fault for expecting something different out of this place. Before we head to the tavern, I decide to look around for a few minutes. Maybe it would be a good idea to talk to Ulrich as well. Is that being strange? Oh, there's a couple of books around here. Alright. Yeah, let's look at the area first. The There's tons of vases and jars full of whatever product people are peddling. Wartime inspects them with a curiosity that I almost can't describe. However, Ulrich is pretty quick to put that curiosity to an end.
Hey, cut that out. You have no idea what's in there. It could be drugs or illegal weapons.
Oh. Thanks for the helium.
There are illegal weapons?
Oh, of course, you have to improvise around here. Your goal is to always be stronger than everyone else. That requires some creativity, especially in weapon design. The Great Sword even originated in Alarinthia. You don't see many people carrying them on the mainland. I was raised with it, though, so I can't use anything else.
Be a genie? Robin Williams pops out? Oh my god.
Whoa, that's pretty cool. I wonder what I can find then.
It does kind of feel like we're in Agrabah right now, to be fair.
And what part of illegal don't you understand? There are laws in place to prevent more inhumane creations, but those laws fail to reach places like the town square markets. You could touch something laced with poison or worse. Just keep your hands off of this stuff and stay close to me. Always assume that everything here is out to get you.
Wow, you make this place sound so luxurious. But alright, I'll do what you say. For now.
How does it sound luxurious? On top of the crates rests a book about Draku's reign. Perhaps some young Alarinthians were reading up on him before the ball. It definitely paints a grim picture of the nation. Draku must be very strong.
Draku's reign. In Alarinthia, a ruler is lucky if their reign lasts even a year. However, Draku has been in power for several decades.
Oh!
This is definitely unheard of. His power is immense, and any challengers to the throne are quickly defeated in the Colosseum without effort. Every year, Draku hosts a ball in his castle and freely spreads his riches amongst the citizens of Alarinthia. That, coupled with his strength, keeps most of his subjects happy. Many are less inclined to insurrection, and those that attempt to dethrone him are easily defeated. He seems to have a stranglehold on the nation, but it is also one that gives the land a continued sense of peace. However, due to the way that the nation is run, it is only a matter of time until he is dethroned in the Colosseum. He will join the rest of Alarinthia's past rulers, none of which have succumbed to natural causes. Only the strength of others.
Also, God, the freaking audio balancing is a bit rough. People run around the town square clearly on a mission. It's more chaotic than Museo, and that's definitely saying something. Celeste stands there, watching everybody intently. She seems very interested.
Is this place always so busy?
Yeah, it can even get worse. The busy hours are closer to nighttime. But not tonight, with the ball and all.
Do people live in their market stalls? Like Museo?
No, not really. They get enough business to have their own homes. It's actually the opposite here. Running a stall is a sign of wealth.
So the more you work, the more money you make. See, that actually makes sense. Don't you think?
Yeah, but it doesn't make up for the other shortcomings. The markets are busy and unsafe. People die all the time. It's a cutthroat culture here, so you're always in danger. If I could choose a place to open up a shop, I'd choose Museo. It might be harder and less profitable, but it'd be safe. You wouldn't get caught up in other people's fights.
That happens here?
All the time. It's almost unavoidable. You can't turn around without bumping into anybody here. It gets worse the deeper you go, but we won't go that deep. Of course, the flowing of alcohol doesn't make things easier. People are always rowdy, looking for some fun or fight. You also wouldn't be able to get some peace and quiet.
Right, alright, you win. Why do so many people do it then? I mean, set up shop and put up with that.
Probably because they don't know anything else. Getting to the mainland is the last thing on their minds. Wherever you grow up, that's what's normal to you.
Yeah, that's true.
I guess that makes sense. Valinor is normal to me, and Museo is weird. But I bet it'd be the other way around for Dominic.
Exactly.
I looked through the market stalls. There's a few books on display. There's one about Sixers, so I figured I should give it a read. That term has been thrown around recently, and I wanted to learn more.
on Sixers. Sixers, the nickname for victims of a vicious form of punishment that has since been forbidden. 6 hours is all a person can last before passing out in the harsh deserts of Alarinthia. Then, 6 days later, without sustenance, they pass away. Back in ancient times, this was used as a way to punish criminals and make them prove their self-worth before returning to society. If they could survive for an entire 6 days without food and water, they would be welcomed back into Alarinthia's arms. Of course, the survival rate was low. Many people thought this was a skewed form of punishment, clearly rigged to kill. It was so long ago, but they were likely right.
Yeah.
Disposing of criminals before making them serve sentences or deliver a more conventional means of justice was barbaric. At least that's what the activists said. It wasn't very long until their movement gained traction, and this practice was banned. Instead, they gave criminals the chance to fight for their freedom in the Colosseum of Alarinthia. If they won, their sentence would be negated. This was seen as more fair and less rigged against them. This form of resolving conflict and fighting for rights over the ages would soon evolve into something more. Passing laws, deciding leaders, and determining fates of citizens would also go on to be placed in the hands of victors. Now, the nation rests in the hands of the strong.
Let's talk to Ulrich.
Hey,
Do you think Drakior is leading us into a trap?
I have no idea, but it doesn't really matter. I'm pretty sure that we can handle whatever they throw at us. But if he truly does work for Vivian, then we have some good luck. We could use some of that, couldn't we? So for now I'm going to believe Drakior, but only for now. If anything seems suspicious at the tavern, I'll tip you off. Although, the prospect of a tavern brawl does sound appealing. You haven't seen true fighting until you've seen it in Alarinthia. Just thinking about it gets my blood boiling. It's been too long. Of course, I'll try my best to keep our visit a peaceful one. I don't want to end up fighting for our freedom in the Colosseum. Their methods of punishing prisoners are still pretty harsh.
What did he mean by the Ulrich of legend?
I hate to talk about this, so I'll try making it quick. Vivian obviously isn't the first person to rebel against Alarinthia's laws. The first one, at least in recorded history, was named Ulrich, like me. Many people followed after his ideals, including my parents. So much so that they decided to name me after him. I don't like it. That's all it is, really. My name is a silly little tribute. I guess it doesn't help that I also actually look like him. Or at least all artistic and textual descriptions of him. A pretty cool coincidence, but that's all it is.
Uh-huh.
I knew this stuff would come up as soon as we got here. Just remember, you've known me long before this trip. Don't come to judge me by the things these people say.
Yeah, I'm a bit suspicious of you right now. How did you actually get those tattoos?
I'd rather not talk about that right now, but I have a feeling you'll find out soon enough. It's complicated and we're really short on time. Just trust me, alright? It's nothing bad. I earned these, they weren't ripped off. Let's grab a drink in the tavern and chat.
Yeah, he's really dodging the question right now. What have you and Pro been talking about?
That's none of your business, not yet. Again, just trust me, okay? Please. There's lots going on that you don't know. That's not to say that you'll never know it. Just sit back and wait until the time is right. I promise that everything will make sense soon.
I hope so. So the barbarian wolf boy? No! I'm sure he has, like, good reasons behind it, but yeah, he's not painting a good image for himself right now. Anything notable in the town square?
Other than the tavern, not really. There's just the market stalls like Museo. However, there's no laws in place for this stuff.
Alright, Chips, take care. And hey, Lionheart, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well.
You can buy whatever you want in Alarinthia. Pirates make a living bringing illicit goods overseas. So whatever your heart desires, you can probably find. But I don't think you're the type of person to want that stuff. So if it's all the same to you, we should probably get to the tavern. Remember, we're on a bit of a schedule. Our time is valuable.
I was gonna say, you're desperate to get to that tavern right now, but at the same time, we are meeting up with Vivian, so... Ugh. Oh, this is a nice tavern. Hey, Fox, welcome on in, dude. Hope you're doing well. We enter the tavern and make sure to stick close together. It was packed, noisy, and the patrons seemed pretty rowdy. I make sure to stick by Ulrich in case something breaks out.
It looks just like I remember it. All these years and nothing has changed. I guess there's no use trying to change perfection.
As a kitty, I've been mentally and emotionally exhausted today. Like I had a headache for a good while, but that's just because I was dehydrated. But otherwise, I'm good. I hope you're doing all right.
Yes, it looks much like it did in our time as well. If memory serves, Alarinthia is home to a unique wine, Monarch. If you have a drink, we would suggest that.
Wow, he actually knows what he's talking about. I'm buying a few bottles to bring back to the mainland. The climate of Alarinthia affects the taste of everything. Some in a good way and some in a bad way. I won't bore you with the details, but the wine is great. Let's find Vivian and get everything started, shall we?
We all nod to one another and venture deeper into the tavern. It's an open place with no doors. I could see right outside to the market. It makes things noisy, almost unbearably so, but I'll have to deal with it. We approach the bar. I assume Ulrich is going to ask after Vivian. I can't even see Drake here. I look around and notice a bunch of eyes on us. Part of me starts to wonder if this was a trap. Something feels odd. A man sneaks up from behind us and stands between me and Ulrich. He has a drink in his hand and he slams it down on the table. Oh no. Some of it spills on the bar. This man must be intoxicated. Yeah, I had a feeling.
Hey, would you let me buy you a drink? Something tells me you're not from around here. I know a lot about this place if you need a tour guide.
I'm good. Before I can answer, Ulrich gently pushes them away.
Look, we don't have time for any antics, but if you know where Vivian is, we could use some help. You're right about us being foreigners. We've come a long way.
Oh, you're looking for Vivian. Why didn't you say so? Follow me.
Ulrich and I stare at each other at unease.
We'd rather stay here if you don't mind. Following strangers isn't the best idea.
Yeah?
All right. I'll be right back. Normally I wouldn't do this, but I trust you.
You trust us?
Have I seen you before? You look familiar.
No. Now please leave us be. Don't bother us again unless you have Vivian. I'll ask the barkeep in the meantime. Maybe they know.
The mystery man nods and walks away from us. I doubt he'd be coming back. He was probably a scammer. Is there something about us that marks us as easy targets? You're looking at him right now.
Now I guess I'll start.
Before he could continue, Drake here sneaks up behind us.
Your manners could use some work, Ulrich.
I use my manners on worthwhile people.
And Vivian isn't one of them? I saw how you just shoved him away.
Wait, what? Vivian is a man?
And an honorable one at that. He deserves to be treated with respect.
Yeah, I was expecting a woman. Huh.
I don't believe you.
Most people don't. His parents chose the name. If anything, it keeps the assassins looking for the wrong person. Try and tell me you weren't looking for a female when you entered.
Ulrich shrugs. Drake here had a point, though.
Let's get this over with, then. We need to talk about securing an alliance. Then we'll do the same with Draku and take the best deal.
Vivian approaches us and stands beside Drake here.
You told them? I was having fun, Drakior. That's in short supply these days. Thanks a lot.
They're on a strict schedule, Vivian. The ball opens up in a matter of hours. Remember, you still have a move to make.
Right. A challenge at the ball. Move aside. I'll explain our plan to Ulrich. If he has any sense, he'll aid our cause.
Drakeyor nods and steps aside. Our comrades gather around, having realized what's going on.
So Vivian is a guy?
I guess so. But don't say that too loud. Something tells me it's not common knowledge.
Very smart. Helps you stay incognito. We were all looking for a girl, weren't we?
Yeah, something like that. Either way, I'm glad this worked out. We should probably talk terms with him.
You have a nice group of comrades, Ulrich. Start by telling me about her, though.
Vivian used to be a man's name? Oh, really? I didn't know that. Vivian stares at me. That was a reasonable request. My position beside Ulrich implied we were closer than the rest.
This is the monarch, heir to the throne of Alestia. After we take down the Triumvirate, this is her world. A crazy claim, I know, but we have proof of everything.
Vivian blinks a few times, clearly confused.
Let's continue under the assumption that I understand. At the end of the day, you want my army to aid you, right?
Right.
Well, this is where it gets a bit weird. I want your army just as much as you want mine. Maybe we can come to some sort of conclusion?
Go on.
I'm going to Draku's ball and challenging him. Tomorrow, I plan to be fighting for the throne. We'll do it right. One last fight in the Colosseum. I had Drakeyor stay at the docks to watch the new arrivals. If he found a group that looked strong enough, he'd tell me. You fit the bill. Better than anyone else. So he spied on you. He heard your group talking about a rebellion and a big army. That's when I knew we hit the jackpot. Our new target was clear. But to know you came here just for me? That's pretty flattering. If you help me take down Draku in the Colosseum, I'll help you. I can offer a few hundred men and maybe more from my throne. Who knows how many people I can rally up if I take over this nation.
But you don't just care about power, right? You plan to change this nation for the better.
Yes. I plan to model ourselves like the mainland. Elections, voters, stuff like that. No more tournaments. We've lost too many amazing people to barbaric, outdated laws.
Vivian, I'll be honest with you here. I want to support you, but the final choice rests with the monarch. After the ball, we need to talk with Draku first and weigh out our options.
Understandable. But be warned. That's when I'm making my move. If he accepts my challenge, we'll be fighting in the morning. You better hurry. That ball is known for huge lines.
Ulrich looks over at Pro and they nod to each other.
Monarch, I need to tell you something. This is my homeland, and I've always wanted to change it. I have to fight alongside Vivian, even if you ally with Draku.
Okay. About to go for a walk? Nice.
And if Draku's terms involve destroying Vivian's insurrection, well, then I think we'll be fighting each other in the Colosseum. Remember that these are fights to the death. I have no other choice.
Fighting Ulrich? There's no way I could do that.
I'll choose Ulrich as my champion then.
Champion?
Each side gets to choose a champion to fight with them. Aside from that, they get to choose 20 to 30 fighters. Everybody that didn't make the cut for champion as an example. This means that myself, Ulrich, and my army would fight in the Colosseum. The battle ends when either the champion or the leader has fallen. Now, I know for a fact that Draku doesn't like to lose his own men. So, if I challenge him at the ball, after you ask him for his support, I bet he'll make you fight me for it. You know, use your men instead. He's predictable, but you use that to your advantage, Monarch.
I hope it doesn't come down to fighting each other. But for the future of this nation, I will do what I must. Now let's get to that ball and see what Draku wants.
He's probably expecting you. If Drakior scoped you out, I'm betting Westy did too. That's Draku's right hand. Just be careful out there. I'll be making my move right after he addresses his people. Make sure you're there. That happens in the throne room. Just don't make the wrong choice, Monarch. Go with me.
Draku wants ice cream, calling it. He smiles before walking away with Drakior in tow. So he needed us just as much as we needed him? I guess in this case that worked out in our favor. I didn't expect Ulrich to side with Vivian, though. I thought he'd wait for my choice and fight alongside me. To know we could be enemies in the Colosseum? That's terrifying. But it seems like a real possibility with each passing second. It makes sense for Draku to use expendable foreigners as his supporting fighters. At the end of the day, it really only mattered who the leader and the champion were. Vivian and Ulrich. Draku and who? I guess we'd find out. We stayed in the tavern for a while before leaving. However, our next destination was clear. The castle. Hopefully the line for the ball wasn't horribly long. Around first? Oh, it's a heart-to-heart down here. Alright. There are paintings here. I'm not sure who they're supposed to be. On closer inspection, one of them looks like Ulrich, a legendary one. Does Draku not care that paintings of his enemies are out in the open? It's odd. No matter where I go, taverns are all the same. There was Peregrino, the tavern in Museo, and now this. I guess no matter where you are, some things never change. I mean, a tavern's a tavern at the end of the day. The tavern is open, and I could see back outside. Being connected to the marketplace is a genius idea. People enter and leave like it's a normal part of their day. Alrighty then. Let's have the interactions up here. Let's start with Valessa and Pro.
So we might have to fight Ulrich. That's pretty scary to think about, Pro.
Only if the Monarch sides with Draku, Valessa. There's still a pretty good chance that won't happen. I wonder who Draku will elect as his champion, though.
Well, his army is supposed to be incredibly powerful. He must get to handpick the strongest Alorinthians. I'm sure Ulrich can handle it, though. At least, I hope.
Well, Draku doesn't like to waste his men, remember? It's possible he'll elect an outsider, meaning one of us. Vivian is like an insect to him. Super easy to crush.
So, we'll be fighting each other in the end? Isn't this supposed to be a fight to the death?
Exciting, isn't it?
No, it's not. That means one of us will die.
Not exactly.
Huh?
The match ends if the champion or the leader falls. It'd be possible to end this with Vivian or Draku's death. The champion is just there to spice things up, I guess. If it were just the two leaders, they'd only fight each other. Having two champions ensures the fight constantly changes pace. It makes things sound more interesting, at least. You need strategy. Watching two leaders in an unending deadlock would be boring. The champions and a small army of men really shake it up. It makes sure the leaders are at the top of their game, too.
Jeez. Alright, I'm gonna stop here for a second because the ads are about to start again. So, we'll be right back. That hour went by quick, actually. Sheesh. Yeah. Thank you for the lurk, Xander. Appreciate it. There's the ads. Gonna wait for that. Unfortunately, we have to destroy Twitch. No! Oh, jeez, really? That's a thing? Ew. Watching chess? What? How does that give you the badge? Like, why chess of all things? Better turn on the light. 1 second. Okay. Ugh. Yeah, I'm kind of with Valessa on this whole thing. Like, the fact that the whole fight to the death thing is not good. Send you a screenshot on Discord. Have a look. What the hell? No. There we go. Sorry, just trying to find. So if they have to kill the leader, then at least Ulrich is safe. Hmm. Alrighty then. Welcome back to Mads, everyone. Sorry about that, and also thank you for your patience. Appreciate it. Let's get back into it.
They have to watch every direction and constantly be ready. It serves to show us how strong they truly are. It's crazy. Draku is undefeated, but Ulrich might just stand a chance.
I think you're kind of missing my point, Pro.
Really?
I don't think of Vivian and Draku as expendable. At the end of the day, one of us will die no matter what. Even if it's one of them, it's still something I'd like to avoid.
Then it sounds like you side with Vivian then. Draku's death would be the final death in the Colosseum. There'd be no more fights like this under his reign.
I know you're right, but it's not so easy. We have to kill him just because he thinks differently? There's no way to avoid casualties, and I hate that.
Yeah, I get what she's saying here.
Yeah, but it's not just Alarinthia, Valessa. You could say that about this entire war in general. Sometimes it's better to look at people as means to an end.
I can never do that.
A lot of people feel the same way, trust me. But that's probably why the Triumvirate is in charge. We need to start looking at things differently if we want to win.
If we have to compromise ourselves, then is it truly winning? I don't know, Pro. I think I need a little bit of time to myself.
Of course.
Alright, let's listen to Fortem and Domic?
I don't want to watch Ulrich fight in the Colosseum. If the Monarch sides with Draku, then he could die.
But he's prepared to die for his beliefs, Fortame. There isn't a better way to go. A true, noble end.
Honestly, I'd prefer if his life had no end at all. I have a feeling this choice will end up dividing us. I don't want to fight against Ulrich or watch him die.
It's all about respecting his wishes, Fortame. If he puts his life on the line for Alarinthia, we can't deny that. You do the same for Valinor. In fact, you already are.
Really?
This war is just battle after battle, Fortame. You put your life on the line back at Rebel HQ. That means you are ready to die for your beliefs.
I guess you're right when you put it that way.
So Ulrich isn't just fighting for Alarinthia. Remember that our army gets a boost out of this. At the end of the day, it benefits all of Alestia.
But what if the person we side with loses?
That's what makes things difficult, Fortame. Vivian is the right choice, in my opinion, but not the correct one. The correct choice is Draku. He's won every battle and has a huge army.
This is pretty complicated. So far, every choice was concrete. There was no room to choose and then lose.
You say that, Fortem, but no. Like, we've had, like, just recently, we had some very complicated choices to make. Like, there was technically no winning, no matter what you chose.
Alarinthia is different than everything we know. I guess it makes sense that things would change once we arrived. The Monarch has a tough choice to make. It's a gamble at best.
It shouldn't have to be that way, though. The future of a nation in our world is a gamble? That's bad news. Vivian has the right idea here for sure.
You mean abolishing Colosseum battles?
Yeah. Things should be just like the rest of Alestia. If they were, then we wouldn't even be in this situation.
But we shouldn't change something just because we don't like it. That's what the Triumvirate did to this world. We can't be like them. Alarinthia has been fine since the dawn of time. It can continue to be fine. Besides, Valinor is the exact same way. Independent, with its own hierarchy and leadership.
It was, but I'm going to change that. As the Elder, I want unity with the other nations. I think the same would be best for Alarinthia. The Triumvirate changed this world to suit them, right? That's not what we are doing. We're liberating it, making it better. Our end goal is different, so I don't think we can be compared to them.
You have a point, actually. Maybe I've got the wrong idea. A flip coin does the same thing until it lands, after all. The truth is only shown after everything is said and done.
Exactly!
In that case, maybe I do side with Vivian. With Ulrich's strength, he may stand a chance. I hope the Monarch is on the same page as us.
I guess we'll find out once we get to the ball. But I wonder if Draku will request our aid. And for that matter, who will its champion be? Gosh, I hope things don't get even more complicated. Not sure I could handle a web more tangled than this.
Oh, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Don't say that, Domic. God. Oh, I didn't notice Sylvie's thing up there. Sylvie knelt before his masters, with Halen and Shane behind him. The time had finally come to tell them what happened in Mazeo. Having Halen's support, however, meant they wouldn't learn the full truth.
The general of the rebellion has fallen. Good work, Shane. You've earned our trust. We had a feeling you'd prove yourself useful. But what of the Cirrus? We notice that you don't have our blade. This displeases us. Please, explain, Sophie.
We thought it better to damage their morale. They have the blade, but they can never recover. Next time we see them, it'll be like crushing an insect.
You failed your mission, Sophie. We wanted you to retrieve that blade. Now they have time to regroup and replan.
Yes, they have time, but not enough. I know where they'll be going, Masters. With your permission, I'll go and end this.
End what should already be over? Sophie, do you realize what you've done? There's a reason we needed that blade. But you failed to retrieve it, and let the Cirrus get away. Any silver lining you can come up with is simply not enough. Domek's death will only fuel them with rage to use against us.
Only if we give it time to fester. We can leave immediately. Please.
Helen, is Sophie speaking the truth? Do you trust his ability to carry out another mission?
Alan steps forward, nervous. Gulping, he looks at his masters.
No.
Sophie looks shocked, as Halen had promised his discretion. Or hidden discretion, sorry. He grits his teeth in anger, taking deep breaths, trying to stay calm.
Tell us what really happened, Halen. We need to know, in order to plan our next move.
Wait, this music is playing right now?
Of course, Masters. Sophie failed on purpose. He had the blade and the Cirrus's life, but took neither. I don't know why. I regret letting him run off alone.
Halen!
Sophie's loud cry echoes through the Triumvirate's chambers. His masters shake their heads, clearly displeased at this news.
He planned to deceive you all along. In fact, he had me promise to lie as well. I did, but I planned to tell you regardless.
Oh, dear. Halen kneels down, swearing guilty?
I am unable to lie to you, Masters. You gave me life, and for that I am grateful. Shane and myself can carry out the next mission. At this time, Sophie is unfit for duty. It pains me to say, but it is the truth.
The fact that he's saying that as Sophie's apprentice is crazy. Triumvirate pauses, thinking for a few minutes. An eerie silence fills the room before they speak again. Sophie and Halen, both kneeling, look up at their masters.
Rise, Grand Inquisitor.
Sophie slowly rises, his fist trembling with anger.
No, not you, Sophie.
What?
Grand Inquisitor, please rise.
They say it again, and Halen looks around, confused. A few moments later, he rises, standing up beside Sophie.
Masters?
Sophie is hereby stripped of the rank of Grand Inquisitor. Halen, taking this mantle, you will train Shane as your apprentice. We trust that you will do as we command, and avoid letting us down.
What's gonna happen with Sophie now, then? Sophie takes a few steps back while Halen nods.
Please, Masters, I beg you to reconsider. We have them in our grasp. We can do this.
Sophie, we would have understood the failure of your mission. But lying to us, the lack of loyalty and honesty is unacceptable. It's almost starting to seem like your allegiance lies somewhere else.
Is he gonna end up joining us at some point?
It doesn't, I swear!
We cannot be certain that you're telling the truth. Surely you can see how that lie has damaged our trust. Halen, however, has proven to be nothing but loyal. Shane killed a key member of the rebellion as well. You come back to us with nothing to show but deception. It hurts us, and so you must be punished for your actions.
Sophie's head slumps down, accepting defeat. If he wanted to win them back, he'd have to endure this punishment. Fighting it was useless, and would only serve to make things worse for him.
Very well. I understand. But know that I will make this up to you. Until you need me again, I'll be in my chambers.
He starts to walk away, but is quickly stopped by his masters.
No.
Turning around, the look of anger is more apparent on his face.
Excuse me?
Your punishment must be rather severe. Without that blade, we are vulnerable.
Then tell me what you plan to do. There is no pain I will not endure for you.
Halen, Shane, come here.
Doing as instructed, they approach the triumvirate. They turn around and Sylvie is faced by all 5 of his now superiors.
We no longer have any use for you, Sylvie. The Inquisition has been reformed, and is now stronger. We have no choice but to exile you from Balteus. Permanently.
What?
You will leave immediately. This is non-negotiable. Set in stone.
Sylvie shakes his head, clearly fighting back tears.
After everything I've done for you, you're going to what? Just throw me away?
Yes. With our reign in danger, we need a strong core. We need men who can get the job done, without question. This is something you seem to be incapable of, Sophie.
There must be something I can do.
No, Sophie. There's nothing you can do. It's too late. Unless you march in here with that blade and the Cirrus. Well, to put it bluntly, we never wish to see your face again.
Okay then. Unless the triumvirate have magic powers, so we should stab them. Ay ay ay. Alright, let's do the heart-to-heart with Ulrich. Ulrich sits at the tavern, taking large swigs of ale. It's hard to accept that if we sided with Dracu, he'd be against us. But it's understandable as well. He really wanted to change Alarinthia. I hope that this wouldn't affect the rebellion and our unity. We can't have our key members being at arms with each other.
Have a seat, Monarch. These drinks are on me. I don't want you filling up on Dracu's handouts.
I nod and take a seat beside him. I'll drink, but I want some answers. His hasty alliance with Vivian, the lies about his markings and his past? If he wants my trust, then he needs to tell me everything. I feel lost. I voice these concerns to him as the drink he ordered me arrives. Taking a large swig, I sit back and await his response, whatever it may be.
Trust. This isn't about trust, Monarch. Your trust in me won't affect any of your decisions. In fact, we could win this war without any trust at all.
I don't know about that one.
All that matters is the desire to fight for a common cause. Did you think that these little chats we've been having were mandatory? Trust me, I could have done just fine without them. In fact, I'd be better off.
Wow, okay then. I'm taken aback by his harsh words. Yeah, that was kind of a dick thing to say. But I don't let it provoke me. I simply wait. It's best if I let him get a clear head instead.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. This friendship we're forming complicates things. There's a reason I never kept many friends, Monarch. I'm scared that if I tell you everything, you'll just walk away. Spirits know everybody else did. Look at me. Still using superstition. The spirits had no power over us, no divine plan. Then why do I find myself still wanting to believe in them? I guess maybe they gave me a sense of comfort in difficult times. It's different now, having difficult times, and knowing the truth.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with having a faith, like having faith in something, because as you said, it can give you comfort during difficult times, and I guess it just sort of helps to not, I guess, dwell too much on negativity and stuff like that. I don't know. There's a lot of things about it, to be fair.
What do I believe in if I want to push myself forward? That's what made me want to side with Vivian, no matter what. The desire to change my nation is what drives me to action now. And when we're done here, it'll be the desire to change our world. That's all I've wanted my entire life. It always seems just out of reach. Whenever I think I have it, the triumvirate swoops in and takes it away. They tell you they'll give you what you want. They convince you that they'll make your dreams come true. Then, when they're done with you, they throw you away.
He lets out a loud sigh and slumps down in his chair. I'm not sure why he's telling me all of this, but I still listen. Even if it's somewhat unrelated, it's helpful for him to vent.
What I'm about to tell you, I tell you in confidence. I knew Sovi before he became the Grand Inquisitor. That's how I know so much about the Triumvirate.
Ah.
I saw them take an impressionable young man and ruin him. Turn him into a tool meant to kill without a second thought. They took my friend. And after that, he was no more.
Huh.
That monster we fight may look like my friend, but that man is long gone. They made sure of that. I promised myself I'd never let them do that again. I failed. They got to Shane, just like they got to Sovi. It's almost impossible to shake off their influence. They just have this way of convincing you.
I continue listening, and we take turns drinking. Soon after, a second drink comes for each of us. I believe every word. I knew there was a connection. I don't think Ulrich worked with the Triumvirate in the... no, wait, did he? No, I don't think... I don't know. I look back to the vision I had of Valenor's destruction. They said some things that revealed a connection between them. But I just assumed it was something rivals developed in wartime. However, to think that Sobi was once good? That's the part I find hard to believe about all of this. Yet, he spared me when he had my life in his hands.
Well, that's one of the things I had to tell you. It was a long time ago, but it still happened. I won't let it get in the way of my performance. A long time ago, I thought maybe I could win him back. You know, maybe he could change and redeem himself. But I haven't thought that in a long time. Now I want to kill him. For everything he's done to me. For everything he's done to us. There's a point where redemption eludes you, and he's past that. I guess this leads into the second thing I wanted to tell you, Monarch. Back in the desert, I told you about how I got these markings.
Yeah?
Then Drakior said I ripped them off from the ancient Elorinthians. I wish that was the truth, I really do. But it's not the truth at all. I always tell people that I'm older than they think. But I only say that to hide how old I really am. It's not a lie. It's more like an omission.
He rests his head in his hands, his second glass now empty.
I'm old enough to have earned these markings the right way. There. I said it. I don't care if you believe me or not. I finally said it. I'm older than any of you could have possibly imagined. Very, very old.
Then how are you here? I am so confused right now. He's claimed to be thousands of years old? As far as I knew, the laws that led to those markings were banned long ago. But not only that, He also used to work with Sovi? Say he's our mortal enemy.
Go ahead. Tell me you don't believe me. So far, nobody else has. They say it's impossible. And soon after that, they say nothing to me at all.
Oh my god, I believe you. In fact, I prefer older men. It's no big deal. Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna be neutral about it. Thank you for opening up to me, Ulrich.
Of course, it was my pleasure. Most people cut me off before I can finish. They call me childish and say I'm making it all up. I hope in time I can prove that it's true. Of course, something like that is never easy. There's more, but I can tell you that another time.
Barkeep comes up to us and asks if we want another drink. Ulrich shakes his head, sending him off on his way, and puts some money down.
My treat, remember? Now let's get going to that ball. Tonight we change history.
Ulrich's loyalty scene will be available when you return to the mainland. The game will notify you when the loyalty scenes have been unlocked. When they have been, you can view them by going to the war table. Yippee! Alright. Okay, we've done everything here, so let's go to the map. You didn't say anything at the time, but when Soviet attacked the rebel base, he mentioned something about Ulrich being at least 500 years old. Ulrich also said he's older than you'd expect at the tavern in Mizet. I guess I didn't really... Well, when Ulrich said older than you'd expect, I guess I didn't think too much of it. I mean, I certainly didn't think thousands of years old. That's for sure. But Ulrich being at least 500 years old, I didn't... Yeah. Either I just I might have forgotten that detail completely. Or like I just didn't... Or like I just didn't... Or like maybe it just didn't hit me? I don't know. But, interesting. Travel to the castle? Okay. Yeah, that's true. And to be fair, there's been several times, like especially early on, there was a lot of details that were kind of going over my head because it was a lot to take in. So I think that might have played a part in it. Where like there was just a lot of details that were lost on me. We enter the castle gates, and to my surprise, I see trees like back at home. There's grass too, almost as green as the grass back in Valonorth. I have no idea how Draku got this here, but it sure wasn't cheap.
Wow, this is incredible. I know you said he was rich, but this is crazy. I've never seen such a fancy place. Not in my entire life.
Dominic steps forward, clearly amazed as well.
So this is where Dracu lives. It seems a bit excessive, don't you think? I prefer our tunnels, a lot more secretive.
Alarinthia is all about showcasing your power. Most rulers add a wing or two to the castle during their reign. It's only going to get bigger and bigger with each passing year. Unless, of course, Vivian takes over. He's not fixated on that kind of stuff.
I can't imagine it getting much bigger, to be honest. What does one ruler need to do with all that space?
Well, he has a large army as well, larger than Vivian's. But don't let that sway us. I think you've seen enough to know that this place needs changing.
Right, of course. So what, do we just march right in? I don't see any guards or security.
Look around and he's right. I just see lots of partygoers. They're all sipping some sort of alcohol and they look at peace. I suppose this is one way to stop the people from fighting back. I notice a large man exit the castle gates and slowly approach us. He's not carrying any weapons, so I doubt he's some sort of security. He looks intimidating, of course, but that's about it. Is this Westy?
I'll take care of this, just like before. We can't risk slipping up in this castle. One misstep, and everyone will be after us.
We all step back, trusting Ulrich's word. He takes a few steps forward, meeting the mysterious man. Something tells me that this is Draku's guard. Just know it.
Westy, I presume. That's an interesting name, you know?
It's a nickname for your information. And you must be Ulrich. You sure stand out.
Yes, we come in peace, don't worry. We are here for the ball, and Draku. Is it possible to request an audience?
He's a busy man, you know.
So am I, so don't waste our time. Can we have an audience or not?
That's such a cute drawing of him. Westy sighs and crosses his arms.
Fine. I'll let you in to see him. He's been expecting you, you know. We've been keeping watch since the docks.
Just like Vivian's man.
Yeah, but we let him get to you first. It's not often an army comes here from the mainland. We wanted to hear his offer, so we could top it.
And top it. Draku wants our army as well? We're starting to become popular around here.
Apparently.
Don't let that get to your head, Ulrich. You're just as disposable to him as Vivian. You just happen to be both disposable and strong.
Wow, okay.
You might want to work on your public relations skills.
Look at this ball and then say that to me again. That's right, you can't. Now let's get going. I'll be inside the gates when you're ready.
He walks away, leaving Ulrich to turn back to us. So it seems like everybody has a use for us in this place. Vivian was probably right. Draku would use us to fight him.
Well, that makes things easier, doesn't it? This is going to go exactly like we expected. Let's just help Vivian and get this over with. Draku has a bigger army, but Vivian has a brighter future. And that's what we were fighting for, remember? A better future. It might be a bit harder to win, but we can still do it.
Everybody nods, agreeing on this unanimously. Oh, it's maybe unanimously. It makes sense since they didn't want to fight Ulrich. But ultimately, the final decision would be up to me.
This seems to be going pretty well. I hope we're not walking into a trap.
Me too.
Draku wouldn't try anything during his ball. This is about making the people happy, not scared. Let's hear him out and get this over with for good.
Sure, sounds good to me. On your mark, Monarch.
They all spread out and start looking around the area. Dominic was right. Everything seems to be going so well. We deserve it after what we went through. That's what I think. It's crazy to think that within a few days we'd be attacking Balteas. We couldn't waste any time. We go right after securing this alliance. But I think back to the moment on the ship where I touched the blade. I wanted it to show me our victory, and it showed me nothing. Pushing forward in spite of that? That was the definition of hope. If there was anything that would help us win this war, it was that hope. Right. How did they get these trees to live in this weather? They look like trees back in the mainland. They don't belong here. It must require a tremendous amount of care to ensure they stay alive. If anything, it serves to make me feel less homesick. Part of the mainland is right here with me and my comrades. That puts me at ease, so I chose not to question this further.
What's this place for?
Security normally, but there isn't any during the ball. Anybody is just free to walk inside.
Oh, okay. Is security normally heavy?
Yeah, they need to fend off assassins. As a ruler here, you're constantly a target. I can't imagine living in that constant fear.
Neither can I.
Wait, what happens if a leader is assassinated? Does the killer become the new ruler of Alarenthia?
No, the killer is usually given the death penalty, and then an open tournament is held to find the strongest man. It's considered cowardly to kill someone when they aren't prepared.
Oh, I guess that makes sense. I was kind of wondering. I mean, Vivian could just easily assassinate Draku, right? But now it makes sense why they didn't go that route.
Yeah, it would change nothing. Vivian would still need to fight. He'd stand no chance in an open tournament like that. A Colosseum battle is the only way for him to do this.
Would people respect the change if Vivian won? Or would they want to fight him in the Colosseum too?
They'd probably want to fight him for a while, but a ruler can always turn down a challenge. Usually they're arrogant, so they don't do that. And it's not a change they need to respect. No matter what, Vivian is still in charge. He'd likely merge with the new monarchy. And at that point, there's nothing they can do. History's already made, treaty's already signed. That is, if the monarch decides to side with Vivian.
It seems like an easy choice, doesn't it?
I guess we'll see.
The castle is massive. I've never seen anything like it. I wonder if the Triumvirate's castle will be anything like this. It's crazy to think that each ruler adds more and more onto it. That gives it something like a patchwork look. Every ruler had a different taste and design after all. I can't even imagine the story behind this castle.
Now that's something I'd like to climb. Ulrich, what do you think about that?
I'd rather you didn't. They might think you're breaking in. Or even worse, coming to kill Draku.
Oh, maybe I'll ask him first then. Do you think he'd give me permission?
I don't think he's the giving type, Fortin. He'd probably just laugh you away and call you a fool.
Wait, really? Then what about this ball? Isn't he just giving all this stuff away?
Well, yeah, but not for free. It's to win the people over, gain their allegiance. He's not doing it to be generous. He has a motive.
True. I'll still give it a shot, though. The worst he can do is say no.
Trust me, he can do far worse than that. Don't ask unless you're ready to handle it.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Ulrich on that one. Okay, let's go forward and we will go to the throne room. The throne room is crowded and full of people partying. Normally I imagine this would be reserved for Draku alone. But right now, open to everybody, it's almost like a big ballroom. A man sits on the throne watching the people as if it entertains him. That must be Draku. I scan the room and I notice Vivian in a corner. Since no one knows what he looks like, he must blend in perfectly. He must have snuck ahead of us while we were talking back at the gates. I guess all the pieces were in place. This ball was about to get interesting. I wonder how many people were here were a part of Vivian's insurrection. Westy stands beside Draku, and I see them whisper to one another. A few moments later, Draku stands up, eyeing down me and my comrades. I didn't notice how tall and imposing he was until he stood up. Almost a match for Ulrich.
Silence.
His deep voice echoes through the entire throne room, and everybody stops talking. They turn to him, as if out of fear and await his next words. But I know what they'll be. He knows who we are, and with Vivian here, it's likely that he's ready to make a move.
We have those who would disturb the peace among us. Guards, lock the doors. We have some business to take care of.
He claps his hands once in a commanding gesture. Soon after, a group of people close the throne room doors. They carry no weapons and are disguised as partygoers.
Now, how should we deal with those who disturb the peace? Watching them starve in the cells doesn't do much for me anymore.
The crowd starts shouting out a bunch of potential punishments. Draku laughs, clearly enjoying all of the horrible ideas thrown his way.
I say we hear them out and treat them in kind. So tell us, why did you come here today?
I take a step forward in response, but then Draku looks the other way. Fixing his view to the corner of the room, I realized he wasn't talking to me.
Vivian.
Everybody looks toward the corner and Vivian scoffs. Moving forward, he stands in the center of the room.
Draku. You come here on my day of celebration to challenge me. It is an insult to both me and all of these proud Alarinthians. Looking deep into our core, you say we're not good enough.
We honor the traditions of the ancients, as we should. Without them, we wouldn't be here today. You want to tear us apart. You want to create a nation that's weak, just like the mainland.
No, you've got it all wrong. Lack of strength is not a weakness. The unity of the mainland, their shared ideals, that's true strength. You stand here, alone, victim to your incessant squabbling.
Vivian takes a few steps forward or toward the throne with intense passion. I could tell that this is something he'd really fight with his life for.
We yield to no one while they are docile slaves of the Triumvirate. They crush the mainlanders under their heel, who ask no questions at all. Alarinthia is a free land. We make our own choices, and we hold the power.
Pro pushes me aside and steps forward, standing beside Vivian. Ulrich reaches out to stop him, but he's not quick enough.
Then help us gain our freedom!
All eyes are diverted our way, and even Vivian seems surprised.
We've come here seeking an alliance. We're not all mindless slaves, you know?
An alliance? And what can you offer me? You look as if I could crush you with one hand.
I'm stronger than you think. We all are. We grew up alone on the streets of Mazeo. If we weren't strong, we'd be long dead by now.
You? On the streets of Mazeo? My apologies. That is quite respectable. You must be part of the Monarch's crew.
Yes, and we've come to seek your aid. You keep talking about how strong you are, and help us take down those who claim godhood.
Everyone watches in awe as this turns into a standoff.
And what do I get in return?
Pro steps forward, confidence radiating from the way he moves.
I will be your champion and offer some of our forces. Together we can crush Vivian's pathetic insurrection. Allow us this chance to prove our strength as worthy allies.
What? He kneels down, offering his loyalty to Draku. What was he doing? He's playing right into Draku's hand. Westy told us that Draku needed our army. He's only playing dumb. Draku steps down the stairs leading to his throne. Stays far from Vivian and Pro, but they're now level.
What an unconventional turn of events. Vivian, you were seeking a challenge, yes?
Yes, at the break of dawn, I will allow you your final night of revelry.
And who will fight as your champion?
Ulrich.
He motions back toward Ulrich, who steps forward. Is this what they were talking about? Standing beside Vivian, his loyalty and stance is clear.
I see.
Draku eyes Pro up and down.
And what do they call you?
They call me Pro, Your Excellence. It would be my honor to fight with you in the Colosseum. I offer my life and the life of our forces to your cause.
Pro, what are you doing? I step forward, ready to object to these events, but Draku speaks first.
I accept your offer, Pro. Vivian isn't worth using my own men. But you lack the authority to make this pledge.
No! That means they're gonna make me decide. He looks straight at me, eyeing the blade on my back.
That decision lies with the Monarch.
No!
Help me defeat Vivian, and I will offer you my might. Go against me, and I cannot guarantee your survival.
No! Why are you gonna do this to me? This is all happening so fast, but I know that I know that's Draku's plan. He wants us to fight his battle for him. I don't even know if he's trustworthy. But Pro, in his haste, put me in an almost impossible position to manage. If I sided with Vivian and Ulrich, we'd have to fight Pro and Draku. Draku would have our forces as backup, while Vivian would have his. This was a fight to the death. so major losses seemed unavoidable. This battle would likely happen regardless of my support, so not picking a side would only harm our cause in the long run. But choosing Pro over Ulrich, or vice versa, could hurt our bond. Close my eyes and clench my fists together. I needed to stop thinking about this so personally. People would die either way. This is war. It's unavoidable. So the real question is, what kind of future do I want for Alarinthia? Do I want Draco to remain in power and for things to remain unchanged? Or do I want Vivian to overthrow the nation and ally Alarinthia with the mainland? No. I need to detach myself even further. No Pro, no Ulrich, no Draco, no Vivian. Just Alarinthia. That's all.
Monarch, what is your decree? Fight with me and prove yourself worthy of my help? Or fight with Vivian against thousands of years of tradition?
No! Why are you making me decide this? No! I don't want my boy to get hurt. I don't want him to die. Oh no. Oh no. No. Why you do this to me?
Well, our main goal is changing the world, right? We want a better future for everybody, not just us. It stands to reason that we should change Alarinthia. But Vivian can't offer as much power as Draco can, and for that matter, I don't want Pro or Ulrich to die. This is all so complicated, I'm not sure what to do. Our final attack will be harder if we use Vivian's forces. That is, if Vivian and Ulrich can take down Draco. He's never lost the Colosseum battle, remember? I guess it depends on what we want. An easier time during our assault on Balteus, or a changed Alarinthia at our forces' expense. There's no wrong choice here, Monarch. Take your time and do what your heart tells you. Our end goal and our purpose will remain the same.
Oh no. He made his choice. He might have a plan. I did think that, yeah, considering the fact that Pro and well, number one, Pro and Ulrich were talking together. So I have a feeling that they knew this was gonna happen. Or like maybe they were like saying, okay, like maybe Ulrich was saying, okay, go in and be like offer to be Draco's champion. And yeah, now that I think about it, they probably are thinking about like a way of how to go about this without killing each other. That's what I'm thinking. I could be wrong though. I could be wrong, but oh god. See, the whole time I was thinking about sticking with Vivian, but once I saw that Pro offered to be the champion for Draco, that completely flipped it. Oh, God. So, if I choose I want Elarinthia to change its ways, that means Ulrich and Pro have to fight. But wait, let me go back on history. Help me defeat Vivian, I will offer you my might. Go against me, and I cannot guarantee your survival. wants us to fight his battle for him. I don't even know if he's trustworthy. But Pro in his pace put me in an almost impossible position to manage. If I sided with Vivian and Ulrich, we'd have to fight Pro and Draku. Draku would have our forces as backup, while Vivian would have his. This was a fight to the death, so major losses seemed unavoidable. Oh no. You side with Draku, you have to fight Ulrich. You side with Vivian, you have to fight Pro. There's no way of avoiding a fight? Yeah. I wonder if it's possible to fail the game and not see the end of the story. I feel like, I don't think there's really a way of failing, so to speak. Well, maybe there is, but I could definitely tell that there's multiple endings for this. Oh, God. Cyber Draku, you have to fight Ulrich. So that's, I want Elrinthia to stay the same. But if you side with Vivian, you have to fight Pro. Mm. What would you guys pick if you were in my shoes right now? Like, which one of these would you pick? I'm curious about what you guys think. Ugh. Hmm. No way of knowing how the fight would turn out, so I based my decision the same way I did with the pirates. Pick the moral option, like how I did with siding with Alex. So here I picked Vivian to try and change Alarinthia. It's the thought of fighting Pro that gets me. I don't want to fight him. But at the same time, we need to stick with our morals too. Maybe Vivian, he has wings. Plus, I don't think Pro would throw his life away. He's a survivor. True. That is true. He is a swindler, so he might be able to get his way out of it. Oh, God. Ugh. I hate this. No, I'm not going to do a Paul's Utopia. Um... This. Okay. I think I know what I'm going to pick, as much as I hate it. Save again. I hate this so much. I don't want to fight him. But maybe we could work around it somehow. Vivian also said something suspicious earlier, that he was scouting powerful people so he could make the challenge. Hmm. Maybe he doesn't have an army? Ah, crap. Oh, now I don't know. God damn it. That's just Dracu did the same thing. That's just how things go in Alarinthia. Hmm. Okay. I'm gonna stick to my gut. As much as I hate it. And if anything, if I really don't like it, I could always come back. Let's just hope we don't kill him. If we do, I'll be very upset. Take a deep breath before announcing my choice. We would help Vivian in exchange for the forces he could offer. We would defeat Dracu and give his nation a new and bright future. But that meant we'd be fighting against Pro in the Colosseum. He so foolishly pledged his support, I had no idea how to react. I never expected insubordination and borderline betrayal from this.
Our lives were on the line. I had to make the right choice. I'd rather live with Dracu than sacrifice myself for Vivian. Ulrich has the wrong idea. What he's doing is suicide.
And you're saying that this is not suicide? Everybody starts to part ways, but doors remain locked. People try to open them, but Dracu quickly makes them stop.
None of you shall leave. I wouldn't want you running away.
He claps his hands and a bunch of servants approach him.
Private quarters will be arranged for those involved in the fight. Tomorrow morning, you will all be escorted to the Colosseum. For tonight, enjoy the ball. I think you'll find it quite exquisite.
I swear to God, if I have another heart-to-heart with Pro before this battle. After that, everybody goes back to enjoying the festivities. Regardless of our allegiance, we all gather up in the center of the room. I never expected this chain of events would get so complicated. And Dracu handled it in such a calm manner, too. It's almost as if he was confident in his ability to win. Uncertainty, confusion, and fright soon fill my mind. That's what I was saying, Zootopia. I'll go back if I don't like the results. He played us. He provoked Pro into pledging his loyalty. At this point, it was already too late. Pro made up his mind. Unknowingly, we all become pawns in the fight for Alarinthia's future. I should probably roam around the ball until it's time to rest. I feel out the situation and get feedback from my comrades. Jeez. Alright, the ads are about to start, so I'll be right back. Oh, rather, we'll be back after the ads. Something I didn't notice before was that Pro definitely seems oddly informed about Alarinthia. Where did he get all of that info from? True! That's a good point. Did he say where he grew up as a kid? I don't think he did. If he didn't, maybe he grew up in Alarinthia. Although, maybe not. Actually, no, wait, that would make sense. I think that would make sense considering, well, actually, no, wait. No, actually. Well, hopefully we'll find out soon enough. From his previous heart-to-heart on the ship, Pro said he grew up in Museo after his parents completely abandoned him. Unless he was originally from Alarinthia, but then went to Museo. That could be what happened. If not, then maybe he knew someone from Alarinthia? Question mark? I'm not sure. But yeah, I definitely think he has a trick up his sleeve. Considering that he's a swindler, I feel like he has a backup plan. Or maybe not a backup plan, he has a plan of some kind. Or it's from talking with Ulrich. I did wonder that too. I did wonder if he just got that from Ulrich. But at the same time, why would Ulrich be open to talking with Pro, but nobody else? Like, what's the deal there? I definitely think that they were talking about this in terms of like, okay, depending on what I suggested, then it would be like, okay, one of us is gonna end up fighting, so. Yeah, it's certainly very interesting. I really hope we learn more about it soon. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, as long as no one dies, we don't lose Pro, I'm good. I don't want to lose Ulrich either, but I definitely don't want to lose Pro. I'd be very upset if we lose him. Oh, I see Zootopia. Alright, welcome back to Mads, everyone. Sorry about that. Thank you for your patience. Let's continue. They would be key to helping me sort out this ongoing mess in my mind. Tradition or transgression? Yeah, no, I figured Zootopia. I figured. Okay, I could talk to Pro. Brilliant. Alright, well, let's interact with the room first, and then we'll do the interactions. Throne sure is impressive. I wonder what it's like to sit on one. After this war, I'll probably find out. Okay, not much going on here. Okay, let's listen to this. Actually, let's listen to these two first.
Hey, Draku?
Yes?
This is a really nice castle you've got here.
Thank you.
I was admiring it from the outside. I noticed it's built in a really interesting way. It's pretty bumpy. Lots of places for footholds.
Footholds?
Yeah, like places to rest your feet. I was actually going to ask you about that. Was it built that way intentionally? For climbing?
Every ruler adds to this castle in their own way. I've been in power for several decades by now. You're the only one who's ever noticed my addition.
You made it that way? Does that mean you like to climb too?
Yes, it does. That's how I start my day. There's no workout quite like it.
Do you use some special equipment? I got some metallic claw-like things in Museo.
I have no use for such things. I prefer to go it alone, without safety. It makes you think about every little move. One accident and you fall to your death. You don't need those claws. Just climb smarter. A handicap takes away your sense of achievement.
I think I'll need them, actually. I'm planning to climb the Grand Tree in Valenorth. If you saw it, you'd understand the necessity.
The Grand Tree. Does it live up to its namesake?
Yeah, it does. It's probably the ultimate challenge. It overlooks the entire world, you know?
Interesting. Very interesting. Perhaps I should pay Valenorth a visit one day. I never thought the mainland could provide me with a challenge.
He wants a climbing buddy. Fortem is so cute. He is cute.
Oh, it can. Trust me. I've been climbing my entire life. Want to hear about more fun places?
I can spare some time, yeah.
Okay, well those guys are hitting off, I suppose. All right, what's going on with you two?
Pro, what do you think you're doing? I had a plan, and now you've ruined everything.
Oh.
Sorry, Ulrich. It just made sense. This is a fight to the death, right? Draku has never lost. I had to do it.
I had everything under control.
It's not your job to control everything. You need to get that through your thick skull.
You're going to regret this.
Regret? I can live with that. It's better than dying for nothing. Draku has killed stronger men than you. I don't think he's going to lose this battle. That's why I want to be on his good side.
So you're just going to suck up to him? Get out of my sight, Pro. You're pitiful.
Yeesh. Any thoughts on what just went down?
I'm glad you sided with Ulrich and Vivian. It's important to change this nation for the better. I just wish Pro didn't have to open his big mouth.
Yeah, I didn't want him to get into harm's way.
There's a very real chance that he'll die tomorrow. We've seen Ulrich fight. I think he'll win this battle. I just hope it's Draku that falls, not Pro. That sounds like a horrible thing to say, I know. But we've all grown so close since we met at Peregrino. I'm scared this clash of ideals will tear our bonds apart. I need to get my mind off that or I'll go crazy. If you need me, I'll be in the ballroom down the hall. I heard they have a live band, and I love music.
I'm gonna say Pro for last. So, what do you think of everything?
We believe you made the wrong choice, Monarch. Draku has yet to lose any fights in the Colosseum. This fight doesn't appear to be any different. The strength he could have offered was incredible too, but instead you've decided to choose the weaker man. Ideals aside, choosing weakness makes no sense. Who cares about a changed Alarinthia if we lose the war? We could give Vivian what he wants, and then march to our deaths. Strength is what wins wars, not the desire for change, and not hope. We will be exploring the castle if you need us. The ballroom is our next stop, so we can meet there. In the meantime, enjoy this ball as much as you can.
Aren't you a ball of optimism? Think of the hydrate. Rick,
Hey,
what are your thoughts on this whole thing?
I'm grateful for your support. I really am. I've always told you how much I want to change this place, and now I'm getting the chance. This almost feels like a dream. I'm not a fan of what Pro did, though. I hate to say this, but I'm prepared to kill him. If I see an opening, I have to take it, Monarch.
No, don't kill him!
I think I need a few drinks after all of this. Truth be told, I'm still a little confused about everything. But I assume that confusion will wane when the battle starts. I'm going to go check out the rest of the castle. I'll see you around. Remember, party responsibly.
Now I'm scared. I don't want to lose Pro.
Hey.
Hey.
I think you sided against me. In the future, I'll remember that. I thought we were friends, you know?
Don't say that.
When the fighting starts, I won't hold back. I just want to be on Draku's good side, you know? If he ends up winning, I still want to form an alliance. But if Vivian wins? Well, I don't know. That means either myself or Draku would be dead. I'm not going to think about that. Let's go check out the ball.
No. I feel like I've betrayed him now, and I hate it. No. I really hope that we can fix this and he doesn't die. He didn't think for it, apparently. When I enter the ballroom, I notice my comrades scatter about. They're all enjoying themselves and having the time of their lives. Draku spared no expense. This was fancier than anything I've ever seen. There's a live band playing music that's pleasant to the ear. Couples sway about on the dance floor while others feast on a buffet. An open bar attracts many patrons. There's something for everyone here. My comrades notice me and give me smiles as they enjoy the party. As I'm about to step forward, somebody bumps into me from behind. It was clearly on purpose to grab my attention. I quickly turn around.
I hope you're prepared to fight, Monarch. You'll be among the soldiers during tomorrow's fight. Regardless of your allegiance, I'm excited to see your abilities. I would be honored to know that you gave it your all. Either way, I thought it would be best to come meet you here. You're a guest in my castle, not a prisoner as it may have seemed. It's just tradition for challenges. They're mostly issued at the castle. It ensures that the people involved in the fight can't back out. We take these battles very seriously, as you could tell.
Thanks, I'm gonna need it. I nod. That much was clear.
I hope we haven't issued any offense.
You can keep me here as long as you want? What? Yeah, now you're affecting my relationship with freaking Pro right now, you asshole. Stockholm Syndrome answer? I don't know. You can code it any way you want. We're still prisoners.
Prisoners? At a party this grand? If that's a complaint, you're grasping at straws. I have a party to enjoy. I suggest you do the same.
He walks into the ballroom and is quickly crowded by people. Greeting every single one, he ensures that they're all happy. He's very charismatic. Everyone painted him as a savage man. I noticed Dominic and Valessa standing off to the side. They don't seem overly interested in joining the party. I didn't get their input yet, so maybe I should approach them. I take a few steps forward as to not block the entrance of the ballroom. The music gets louder and reverberation fills the grand room. Sight and sound combine to make an utterly beautiful experience. Speaking of Pro, is it just me, or does the way Pro's jaw is drawn during his serious pose kind of make it look like a mustache? I think I see where you're coming from. Sometimes I have noticed that there are some drawings in this visual novel that look kind of weird. I noticed it with like Grizz. He looked kind of derpy a couple times. And there was one drawing of Ulrich that looked very weird at one point. It made this, like, his head look tiny in comparison to his body. Pro stash. I try my best to enjoy this before retiring to my private quarters. When I was ready to sleep and then fight, that's where I'd go. Couldn't delay it forever, but I could occupy myself for a bit. Oh god, okay, oh, what's going on up here? While the bodies swayed on the dance floor, Halen and Shane did a dance of their own. Weapons clashing, they sparred. Spared? I can't remember which one it is now. It was time for Halen to put his new apprentice to the test. So far, it seems that their skill was equally matched. A deadlock of the best variety.
You put up more of a fight than Sophie ever did. Where did you learn techniques like that, Shane? It almost feels like you're the teacher in this scenario.
You pick up a lot of stuff on the streets of Museo. Back when I was younger, it was either fight or die. A lot of the rebels are just like me, so get used to it.
He grew up on the streets of Museo, too? Were him and Pro friends at some point in the past? Or at least ran into each other?
Let me guess, you all banded together after the occupation. That means if I learn your weakness, I learn theirs. A weak strategy. All sharing the same fighting style?
Well, now I know why you wanted to spar so soon, and here I thought you might be warming up to me.
Don't flatter yourself, Shane.
Then stop giving me reasons to.
He really sounds like a bratty teenager. The weapons clash again. Halen's sword with Shane's daggers. He had no problem beating Halen's match, and with such small weapons. His agility and quick thinking was more than enough to counter raw strength.
I guess Sophie wasn't much of a fighter.
He used to be, but I could tell he always held back. There was doubt in his mind, and it clouded his judgment. I trusted it would go away, but you know what happened next.
Yeah, and he's paying for his mistakes. But you can trust me, Halen. I won't let you down. Remember what I did when we were in Museo.
Yeah, you freaking dick.
You killed your former leader, your best friend.
Yeah.
I don't need anything else from you, Shane. That proves your loyalty almost tenfold.
Good.
Shane sheathed his daggers, done with the sparring.
So what do you think Sophie will do next? I mean, he's no longer welcome in Balteus, right?
I saw him wandering the halls before he left. It's funny. He might actually try to seek out the blade. He was saying something about Alarinthia over and over.
What makes him think it'll be in Alarinthia?
Well, the rebellion will try its hardest to survive. After what we did, it makes sense that they'd flee the mainland. They can't come here, so the only other option is Alarinthia.
Makes sense when you put it that way. Maybe he can regain his honor after all. But I have to ask, why aren't we going?
The rebellion will come here eventually. We have the home advantage if we sit and wait. There's no way they can overpower our army.
That's smart. So we're really doing this. We're going to end the rebellion.
And any more that may come. I sense a bright future for us, Shane. And we'll do it all. For the Triumvirate.
Yeah, for the Triumvirate.
Oh boy, okay.
Oh, this place is incredible. Draku sure knows how to throw a party. What about you, Ulrich? Having fun?
Draku was my enemy, Valessa. We're practically being held prisoner. Despite that, yeah, I'm having a good time.
I could tell, actually. How many drinks is that? 5? You don't want to fight with a hangover, do you?
It wouldn't be the first time. I've taught myself to fight in any state of being. Just something you learn to do when you're as old as I am.
And how old is that?
Old enough. Besides, I doubt I'll have much trouble tomorrow. Even if I fought Draku while drunk, I could take him down. So don't worry about my well-being. I've got this.
You can fight while you're drunk, too?
Of course. It actually makes things easier. Your movements are sloppy and unpredictable. That's all you need to confuse and overpower your opponent.
Wow, I never thought of it that way. That's a pretty unique fighting style. You'll be sober tomorrow, though, right?
Depends on how tonight goes. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Just go and have a good time, alright?
Alright, if you say so. This is gonna be super interesting. 2 undefeated men, locked in combat.
Yeah, I'll make sure to put on a good show for you. It's like a sport. Everybody will be watching intently. You better cheer for me. I'll be listening, Valessa.
Sure.
Don't kill my boy, please.
So, Pro, are you having a good time?
Of course. All according to plan. I know Ulrich is mad, but he'll get over it. We can win this without either of us dying.
Thank you.
Yeah, just take out the leader, right? Ulrich is stubborn, though, so be careful. I think he might actually try to kill you.
I've been watching him spar for years. I'll be fine. I know exactly how he operates. The best weapon is knowledge, right?
You remembered my lessons.
How could I forget? It'll help me win this battle. I know it. Make sure to cheer me on, all right?
I think I'd like to remain silent, actually. I can't be taking sides at a time like this. As long as we get an alliance, I'm happy.
I'll cheer for you.
Oh, come on. Not even gonna clap for me. I'll remember that when you give another speech.
Oh, no.
I think my days of giving speeches are over, Pro. That honor belongs to the monarch now. But I'm sure they'd say the same as me.
Man, I hate how neutral everybody is acting. Sometimes it's all right to take a side.
Well, it's not that I'm not taking a side. It's more like, I shouldn't gossip to you. You're a combatant. It'd affect your morale.
What an interesting way to tell me that you side with Ulrich. Sometimes not saying something tells me all I need to hear.
Now you're just putting words in my mouth. The only person I tell is the monarch.
Interesting.
What?
You're not the first person to unconditionally trust the monarch. Perhaps I could use that to my advantage in the future.
What do you mean?
I think this is where I get back to the party. This whole scheming business isn't really for me, but I doubt the monarch would abuse their role for you.
You're probably right, Domek. They'd have to do it without knowing. Just imagine the swindling I could do.
Pro! What are you planning? You're scaring me.
Do we know how to throw parties or what?
Who do you mean by we?
Our people, like the pure ones. We're different civilizations, remember? Did the old monarchy party like this?
This line of questioning is pointless. Why do you wish to know such trivial information?
It's what friends do, Hal. Haven't you ever heard of hanging out? You just talk to each other about everything.
Well, the old monarchy did party. And to be honest, there isn't much difference. Do you see this as a sort of competition?
Not exactly. Well, maybe? It's always cool to know you have the most fun. Do you not compare yourself to other people?
That would be a waste of time. There is no benefit in being like other people. We simply wish to be ourselves, unique.
See? This is what friends do. They just talk. Keep going, Hal. Tell me what's on your mind. You don't need a specific topic or anything.
We would ask, why you consider us a friend? Does the world benefit from this conversation? Is there a purpose to this sort of interaction? Perhaps we should talk about the matter at hand. There is much to discuss about Vivian and Draku.
Nope, we can't talk about that. That's work stuff. We're here to unwind.
Another concept we do not understand. Every moment we waste, the enemy gets stronger.
It's not a waste, though. If our bond grows stronger, then so do we. It's important to get along with your comrades, Howl.
Very well. We will try. This party is an interesting experience. Are you having a good time, Fortame?
There we go. Now you're doing it right. Just a few more steps and you'll be ready to dance.
We would rather die.
Alright, let's talk to Valessa. Heart to heart? Yes. I approach Valessa and watch her inspect the buffet table. It looks like she's having a hard time deciding what to eat. It's all free though, so I'd have something of everything.
why do they need to put alcohol in everything? These pastries would be fine on their own, you know. Just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Agreed. She fills the plate with a few random sweets. It appears that they're all alcoholic in nature. That sounds fancy, but they're all just doused.
The locals are sure eating this stuff up, though. Call me old-fashioned, but food and drink should stay separate. If this is a delicacy around here, then Alarinthia isn't really my place.
She smiles as she continues filling her plate.
But you gotta eat, right? This isn't the kind of place you want to go hungry. I never thought I'd miss some of the food back in Valinor. But enough about that. Are you having a good time, Monarch? Aside from the whole Colosseum business, of course.
Alright, I suppose.
I guess so. Could be better. Could be worse. I wonder if your coronation ceremony would have been like this. It's supposed to be a party of a lifetime. I'm sad we had to cancel it.
She smiles softly while eating the pastries on her plate. It isn't much longer until they're all gone. She must have been starving. I don't blame her. The journey here was taxing in every possible way.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. I talked to Alex a little more on the way here. You know, to learn a little bit more about our parents. Part of me was hoping to hear something positive. You know, like they were paragons of virtue or something. Thought maybe, just maybe, they were good people.
As she talks, the live band starts to play a bit louder. People flood to the dance floor with their partners. Valessa watches all of the couples with a wide smile. She places her empty plate back on the table.
Sorry, the music kind of cut me off. Right. I was talking about our parents. I learned so much about them on the trip here.
Tell me everything. I'd love to hear. She nods and smiles.
Just a quick warning, it's not the best atmosphere for this story. I mean, talking about pirates doesn't exactly fill one with joy, but I think it's important to know more about our families. Like I said, I was hoping to hear some good news. I always pictured our parents as these perfect, heroic people. But it turns out they really weren't. They were bad people, Monarch. I know pirates get involved in shady things, but they embraced it. Killing, stealing, smuggling, you name it. They were legends in Mazeo. They had a whole network operating for them while they were back home. That's how they managed to have a presence in both nations at once. I went to Mazeo every month or so to inspect their operations in person. Explains how they managed to raise us and balance their double lives. Maybe it's for the best that they passed on when they did. The village and Salus raised us. They gave us our sense of morals. I can't say I'd be too happy if I inherited the morals of our parents. They could have dragged us into the life of piracy as we grew up, too. That would be dangerous. We could have died years ago, you know? If you died, then right now, the world would have no hope at all. So, maybe the occupation was meant to happen. It's guided us to where we are now, shaped us into who we've become. If we let them shape us, then I have no idea where we'd be right now. It's so weird, since children usually aspire to be like their parents. But right now, I'm using them as a roadmap on what not to do. All I can do is dedicate my life to being better people than them.
I mean, you can learn from your parents to either be just like them or to not be like them. So, you know, they teach you in various ways.
Maybe that can undo some of the damage they've done. Because I know they tore families apart. They killed and robbed. Some would say that, in the end, being murdered was their justice. But I don't think death is a good form of justice. They should have gotten a chance to make up for their crimes. With them gone, I feel like it's our job to do what they couldn't. So, that's something else I'm going to fight for. I'll make up for the damage our parents inflicted. I'll give the world peace, so no one has to feel pain. We'll make a world that doesn't need people like our parents. A world that treats everyone with unconditional love and equality. No one will have to live in poverty or turn to a life of crime. Nobody deserves to be a victim of circumstance. To have their life determined by the world around them? No, that's not it at all. We shape the world, not the other way around.
She looks in my eyes with overwhelming determination.
So let's shape it into something beautiful. A place where no one has to resort to being evil. I'm sure our parents were introduced to it somehow. It's not like they woke up one day just wanting to be pirates. Maybe it was their parents before them, or some close friends. I guess it doesn't matter, does it? We'll make the cycle end with us. And we'll start a new cycle. One of peace, happiness, and prosperity. One where our children can live full, happy lives.
The music slowly comes to an end and everybody leaves the dance floor. Ballista watches for a while before speaking again, enjoying the moment.
When we get back to Museo, I want to see their old hideout. And I'd really like it if you'd come with me, Monarch. It'll give me a sense of closure. And let me move on. I never thought I'd learn more about our parents in this journey. And I'm even more surprised that it's a truth I never expected. But if I could go back and never learn it, well, I wouldn't.
Hey. Tabby's home. Let's work. I just got a message from Fox. Oh God. Yeah, sorry, I'm just replying to Fox. Sorry, chat. We'll get back to the game in a second. Okay, I'm probably gonna be texting as I'm playing the game. Alright. Sorry about this, chat. I get it on my phone just so that I can read it with ease. Sorry, guys. Yeah, we just Fox and I are talking about something important at the moment, so just bear with us. Yeah, possibly. Oh no. This is why you have to check your junk mail often. Okay. Right, Fox, I'll get to work on that right after stream. I'll hopefully have it ready for you tonight. Yeah, you've always got to check your spam folder. All right, yeah, I'll get to work. I'll get to work on that right after stream today. All right. Okay, back to the game.
It gives me the drive to become a better person, and it really makes me appreciate everything I have, including you, Monarch. I could never do this alone.
She smiles and then examines the room.
I'll let you go and tend to some business, Monarch. I should probably talk to Fortum about this stuff too. He deserves to know about his parents just as much as us.
I nod and watch as she slowly walks away. Only she could turn a horrible truth into such contagious optimism. She was right. We'd create a better world where no one had to be hurt. Phyllis's loyalty scene has been unlocked. Okie dokie. No after completion, after Act 4. Okay, got it. Alright, Dominic, you're next. I walk over to Dominic as he's standing alone in the corner of the ballroom. He looks a bit awkward, like he knows he doesn't fit in, but I don't blame him. The story he told me last time, I knew a crowded ballroom floor would frighten him.
Hey there, Monarch. I hope you're having a good time. I mean, given the circumstances, of course. I can imagine it's hard to have fun when you know what's coming.
Yeah.
Actually, forget I said that. I don't want to ruin your experience. I'm just airing my own grievances. Forgive my venting.
Dude, you're good. I tell him it's fine and then stand beside him. Together we watch the patrons dance in the center of the room. They look like they're having the time of their lives while we just stand here.
You know, I've been thinking. I faced death back in Museo and I'll face it tomorrow. After that, I'll just go on to face it again when we attack Balteus. I could die tomorrow, or the next day, or the day after. So I keep asking myself, what should I do before I die? A lot comes to mind, but a few are very important to me. I want to go back to where it happened, Monarch. Back to the place where I spent the last moments with my mother. I've never been back there since I grabbed that pendant. I was scared.
I don't blame him.
Just thinking about that place made it seem like it was happening all over again. I can't even imagine what would happen if I went back there for real, you know? It's easy to avoid since the town square is quite large, but I'm done avoiding things.
Is it just me or was the voice line thing acting weird just now? It was like as if he was reading that part even though I wasn't on it yet.
I could have died back in those tunnels, Monarch. Something like that really puts things into perspective. If I die, I want to make sure I've lived life to the fullest. So that means there's a few things I'd like to do. Most importantly, I'd like to go back to where I lost my mother. I don't want that place to hold power over me. I want the power. You already know about some of my other fears too, but it'd be ill-mannered of me to request your help for those. So, about Museo, I'd just like a good friend to be by my side.
He blushes and shuffles in place. It was clear that he meant his fear of physical contact. I could help him with his Museo trip, but I stopped to think about the rest.
Can you say something, Monarch? I don't know if I can handle such an awkward silence.
Of course, I'll help you once we get back to Museo.
Really? I can't thank you enough, Monarch. I just know that I wouldn't be able to do this myself. Having someone by my side makes me that much stronger.
Aww. He smiles, almost like a weight has lifted from his shoulders. It would be important for him to enter the final battle with a clear mind. When we got back to the mainland, there was no reason not to help him.
Well, that's pretty much all I had to say. I'll let you get back to whatever you were doing, unless there's anything else you had to say before you go.
I love how there's just an option for, would you consider being my date for the evening? Oh no. Oh, jeez. Not really. Have a wonderful evening, Dominic.
Of course, it was nice to chat with you. Come see me when we get back to the mainland. Hopefully we'll have time for some final errands. I'd hate to go right from here to Balteus. We need a final reprieve before we end all of this. No regrets, just in case we don't survive the war.
He smiles. It's a grim thought, but a realistic one. If we made it to Balteus, we might not make it back home. I'd need to be content with everything I did up until that point. I leave his side and wander back into the center of the ballroom. The hours were slowly passing by. I couldn't delay tomorrow's battle forever. That thought weighs heavy on my mind as I contemplate what to do next. Jeez. I'm scared about this next bit. Alright, let's go to the private room. Oh wow, this is a nice room. As soon as I get to my private quarters, I rest the blade beside the bed. Feels good to get that weight off my shoulders. Too bad the relief would be ephemeral. I sit down at the bed and think about what would be coming in the next few days. A tournament to decide the fate of Alarinthia. An alliance to help us attack Balteus. Not even a day or two after the Colosseum battle, we'd be sailing into the final battle. Would we win? Or would we perish? The blade showed me nothing when I asked. I sit down on the bed and decide not to try using the blade again. The anxiety of not being able to know almost wasn't worth it. I was supposed to do what I wanted. Was I not strong enough? The blade was so mysterious, I'd probably never know. I lie down having had enough of today's events. Things are crazy. Just when I think we get to relax, we're pushed into more conflict. But this conflict is clearly proven divisive among our team. It's like I thought you could just stay in the nice fancy room and not deal with everything else. Pro and Ulrich against each other? Vivian and Draco too. Perhaps this is the lesson that casualties are unavoidable. Oh, I don't want to lose my precious boy! Close my eyes and hold on to a firm resolve in my heart. No. None of my comrades would die tomorrow. They'd survive. We were all survivors. That's what we'd continue to do. Forever. Oh. Instead of falling asleep, however, I find myself someplace familiar. It's the same locale I found myself in after falling asleep in Peregrino. This wasn't just some random dream. I had to be here for a purpose. All I knew is that this was the Triumvirate's chambers. There was no doubt in my mind. But why was I here? Not only once, but twice. There needed to be a reason. The blade weighs heavy on my back, and I slowly pull it out. I can sense that it's pulsating with energy, reacting to something. I notice the idol at the back of their chambers. That's what it was. But why was the blade reacting to something like that? It doesn't look like any spirit idol I've ever seen. What is it? I get a strong pull, almost like I have no choice but to approach it. I take slow, heavy steps toward the idol, and I feel eyes upon me. Not just one or two pairs. It's almost like all of Alestia is watching me. sense my comrades at my back, almost as if they're encouraging me. It helps me push forward, as I feel resistance emanate from the idol. Why would I feel such a strong pull to something that doesn't want me? Push through in spite of that resistance and continue to act instinctually.
Yes, fulfill your purpose. Do what you were meant to do.
It's the Triumvirate's voice. I remember from last time I was here. I have no idea what they mean by my purpose. Still, I can't deny my instinct and I keep pressing forward. It isn't much longer before I'm standing in front of the idol. It radiates pure malice and pure evil. It fills me with fright. I look down at my blade. Was I meant to destroy this? I'm confused as to why I'm doing what the Triumvirate tells me to. It's that conflict that causes this dream to end and jolt me awake. Yeesh. I rise up in fright, gripping my chest and panting heavily. I look over at the blade resting on my bedside. What happened? Feels as if no time passed at all, but it's already the next morning. Just what I needed. No rest before a massive battle. Always the way. The fates were playing cruel tricks on me even during this journey. But I had to keep going. I couldn't give in. It would be over soon. Stand up and strap the blade to my back. As if on a cue, I hear a knock at the door before it's opened. Draku steps in, not seeming to care if I was receptive of him.
It's your turn, Monarch.
Oh, wait. My turn?
We're transporting you to the Colosseum one by one. That way you're less inclined to try and escape us. You'll be the last one, so it's almost time to fight.
I nod. It all makes sense.
I'd advise not wasting much time, but head to the Colosseum when you're ready. You'll be followed by myself and a few guards. Oh, and good luck. You'll need it. The entire nation will be watching and cheering, but whether it's for your victory or demise remains to be seen.
He rests his back against the wall and crosses his arms. This is really happening. A battle to decide the nation's fate. I guess I'd head to the Colosseum when I was ready to fight. Jeez. I wonder, do I need to, speak to anybody before I do this, or... Heat pours in through the windows and it makes it almost unbearable. It wasn't too bad last night, but now it's morning and I can feel the extreme heat. I'm glad that we won't be in this nation for much longer. I can never handle it. I'd go back to bed if it weren't so hot in this room. Oh, and I guess we also have a tournament to fight in. Yeah, that bed looks kind of comfy, actually, I'm not gonna lie. The book rests on the nightstand. It appears to be about Colosseum battles. Not regular ones, though. The leadership ones. The kind of battles I'd be fighting in today. I wonder if it was placed here on purpose. I was just about to say that. We did play in Draku's hand, after all.
The evolution of tournaments. Initially, rulers of Alarinthia were decided during a simple one-on-one battle, but citizens quickly realized that this was not the best way to gauge a potential ruler's true strength. They needed to add more. This is when the champion system came into play. Each fighter would elect a champion to fight by their side. This would not only test their offensive powers, but show how they handled defensive maneuvers as well. They'd have to fight their enemy and their enemy's champion while also protecting themselves and their champion. This made battles much more fun. Later on, the reserve forces came into play. Each leader would bring a force of about 20 or 30 men into battle with them. This was to make sure they knew how to lead an army efficiently as well. What started out as simple fights to the death have evolved into a full-on sport. Leaders must display their ability to fight, to defend, and to command an army. This ensures that Alarinthia is always in the best possible hands. Only the most competent warriors can win.
By the way, I was happy there is one slice of cake left if you want that. Yeah. Okay. Just double checking stuff right now. Go back to the city. Okay. Let's enter the Coliseum area. Okay, here we go. I make my way to the Coliseum alongside Draco and some of his soldiers. It's a massive towering structure, almost putting the castle to shame. It makes sense that it'd be bigger. Alarinthia was all about fighting.
Well, here we are. If you head on inside, you'll find your allies. After that, you'll all be escorted to a private room. You'll have a few moments to prepare once you're in there, but I'd say within the next hour or two, the battle will be over. They don't last very long if both sides have prepared enough.
He crossed his arms, looking at me dismissively.
You may wonder why I'm doing this, even though you sided against me.
Yeah.
The answer to that is, it's in my nature to show my enemies some kindness. I do not kill in cold blood. I will mourn you and honor your memory, Monarch. It is a noble thing to die for your beliefs. Perhaps your memory will inspire future generations. Generations that can go on to be killed, just like you.
Bro. Steps forward, looking me dead in the eye.
I do not expect to lose to Vivian. I've killed far stronger men than him. Some would call you foolish for your choice.
Bet. With a smile, he lets out a soft laugh.
But I am not one of those people. As I said, I treat my enemies with kindness. You may have realized it, but that's why I held the ball. But the ball is over, so I must find another way to be kind. And that is showing you a swift, painless end in the Colosseum. You wish to die for your beliefs. It would be my honor to aid you.
I want to kick this guy's ass. After saying these harsh words, he enters the Coliseum. I have no choice but to follow him, as the guards block any avenue of escape. There was no way we'd lose. We have Ulrich on our side. He's a match for Draco. Did you know that Dr. Pepper is a physician? God, hey Fire Cat, welcome on in. Hope we're doing well. Coliseum towers above me. It must fit thousands of spectators. Everything I've heard, every seat would be full when we started. I'm filled with anxiety and fright. Did I really perform under such scrutiny? Let's see what's going on with Sovi. Oh, back in... Okay, we're on a ship. Sovi looks out on at the ocean, watching the ripples and waves. He remains silent, attracting the suspicion of the captain. Approaching Sovi, he attempts to converse to pass the time.
It shouldn't be longer than a few more hours.
Oh my
but I have
God!
to ask, what brings you to Alarinthia?
Oh my god, you're so cute!
It's probably better for you not to know. I don't want to involve people in my problems.
Involve away. What else are we going to do? You paid me tenfold to take you and you alone. How can you expect me not to question that?
I freaking love this character's design. It's really cute.
I expect you to do the job you're paid for. Anything else is unnecessary. Don't you agree?
Look, the way I see it, we're friends here. If you need a ferryman back, I'd love to help you out. Treat me with a cold shoulder and you could get stranded.
Hey, Savage, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. It's been interesting. We've made some tough decisions today, and I'm not
Is
liking
that a
it.
threat?
I'm not liking some of the decisions I've had to make.
Of course not. I'm just curious. Here, let's start with the basics. What kind of work do you do? You already know what I do for a living. Don't you think I deserve to know as a courtesy? I don't care if you're breaking the law or anything like that.
Interesting is a good way to put it.
No, I'm not breaking the law. But honestly, I don't know how to answer your question. I guess you could say that I'm between things right now.
And why is that?
I thought it was time to seek out better opportunities.
That's one way of putting it.
In Alarinthia?
To be honest, I have no idea. I just know some people who might be there. Talking to them should get things on the right track.
Feeling alright, got some headache or fatigue, but otherwise alright. Oof, sorry to hear that. Yeesh.
And what line of work are you in?
I guess you could say I seek out information. Nothing pleases me greater than learning the truth. But the people I worked for were far less than honest.
Okay, the ads are about to start, so I'm going to pause here. We'll be right back. Oh god, I'm really, really hoping that things turn out okay with this Coliseum. Still can't quite place Sylvie's species? Yeah, I'm not sure. Some kind of bull, I want to say? Probably like a mix of a bull and something else. I don't know. Could be part dragon for all I know. Hard to read Sylvie in general? Yeah. I'd say Nardo, but it's not quite right. Especially with how vague he's being, yeah. Sylvie is being very, very vague. Finding out they're all real personas was an interesting twist. Tell me about it. I was not expecting that. That makes me wonder, like, how do the people who own these characters, how do they feel knowing about who voices them? And did they have a say in it? Like, it makes me curious. I'd love to learn more about the backstory of this game. Alrighty, welcome back from ads, everyone. Sorry about that, and thank you for your patience. Appreciate it. Alright, let's get back into it.
Lied to by your bosses? Join the club. They'll do anything to save face and get their way. That's part of why I work on my own now. I get you.
I feel that heavily. That's why I'm self-employed. Or like the behind the scenes / development and stuff. Yeah, I'd love to see that. That'd be so cool. You know, I'm with Likey on this one. Like, that's part of why I work on my own. So yeah, that's me. That's why I went self-employed. I was sick of working with freaking corporations. If the opportunity doesn't exist, create it, right? Yeah. Captain scoffed, surprised at Sobi's earlier hesitance.
Is that what you were so worried to open up about? Trust me, almost everybody knows what that's like. I hope your next opportunity is more fruitful.
I can only hope.
So what did they lie to you about?
Everything.
Then I can see why you'd run away.
Excuse me?
I just mean, it's totally understandable.
Sobi steps toward the captain, clenching his fists. He brings himself face to face as if trying to intimidate.
I'm not running away. I'm doing what's right.
The captain matches his gaze, taking one step forward. He didn't give in to Sobi's intimidation. He was an even match.
Sometimes running away is the right thing to do.
Sometimes. Sobi reminds me heavily of someone like Kratos, is it Orion? From Symphonia? They stare at each other until Sobi backs away. Something was different. Normally he would stand his ground. But he no longer served the Triumvirate. He had nothing to prove.
I'm sorry. You're right. I didn't mean to start something on your boat. Once we get to Alarinthia, you'll never see me again.
There's no need to go that far. Don't misunderstand me, I've got your back. You're not the only man who's run away, you know. Why else do you think I live at sea? Sometimes I don't set foot on land for weeks at a time. I prefer to be out here, where I live on my own terms. I'm free.
You know what? Fair enough.
Free,
Yeah, there's no better way to live. Imagine not being shackled by higher-ups. You're fully capable of making your own decisions.
Hell yeah. He looks cute. I love his design. Hey, Static, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Sobi sighs and looks down at the ground. It was his own decision that got him into this mess to begin with. But even though the Triumvirate wasn't pleased, he stood by his actions.
That would be wonderful. I've been a subordinate for my entire life. I think it's finally time that I carved my own path.
Oh, okay. Bit of a turning point for Sobi. Oh, boy. Alrighty then. Alright, let's go in. I enter the Colosseum and quickly scan the area for my friends. A massive flame burns in the center of the room, making the heat even worse. I wonder why they do something like that. This place confuses me sometimes. Draku is nowhere to be seen. Perhaps he's already in the private room. I notice Valessa, Fortem, and Howl standing far away from the flame. No sign of anybody else, though. I decide to approach them and ask what's up. They turn to me and smile, while Hal shows the face of complete indifference, as he does.
I can't believe how cool this place is. Too bad I can't actually enjoy it. I'm super stressed. I'm really worried that we might lose somebody today.
Me too, buddy, me too.
Have we actually worked out who's fighting? I mean, which of our members are joining Draku's reserve forces? The leader and the champion we know, but what about everyone else?
Hal steps forward.
Ulrich fights with Vivian. Pro fights with Draku. Vivian's reserve forces are part of his own army. Draku's reserve forces will borrow from our army. We believe using our created seers will be the best idea. We wouldn't want to put any of our main members at risk. If we win, our allegiance will make this sacrifice worthwhile. It is unfortunate that we will have to kill our own, but we cannot change what Pro has set in motion. All we can do is try to focus on taking Draku's life.
He looks at me.
As for Valessa's question, the Monarch will fight among Vivian's reserve forces. It is important for the leader to fight for their beliefs. No delegation at times like this. This means that several of our key members will be put in harm's way.
No.
It may be impossible for us to avoid the loss of our reserve forces, but we may be able to win without losing any of our comrades. We must simply focus on the lives of Vivian and Draku.
Mm-hmm. He crossed his arms, speaking sternly. It was more of a demand than a request.
Do your best to kill Draku before any harm can come to Pro or Ulrich. We have the option to mitigate our losses, so we must take it.
I'll certainly do my best. No pressure or anything like that.
So you'll be safe, Hal? Along with myself and Fortum? What about Dominic? He ran off with Pro and Ulrich.
I suppose we'll find out. We should head to the private rooms and prepare. The battle will be starting in a matter of minutes.
Dominic ran off with both of the champions? That's odd. I guess they've been close friends for a long time, though. Perhaps he just wants a chance to say goodbye to them. The odds of survival for everybody involved were less than stellar. There was nothing we could do. Everything was put into place.
Let's go ask him ourselves, Monarch. This whole ordeal is kind of confusing. For a while, I was scared I'd have to fight.
Yeah, same. And I was really worried. But now I feel bad that I'm just going to watch. This whole situation is so messed up.
No kidding.
It is less than ideal, yes, but we cannot change our circumstances. Let us gather together for last-minute preparations. Only by preparing for the coming storm can we avoid tragedy. If we stand here any longer, the odds of losing our comrades will grow. Do not let the enemy get the upper hand. That has happened enough.
Points to a nearby staircase. That must lead to the private room. Yeah, everything was happening so fast. I could use a few moments to plan. One last team huddle before the fight would help. We need to minimize our losses. We need to make it through this without losing Pro or Ulrich. If such a thing is even possible, then we'll find out how to do it. I see this is an intense part. Yeah, I don't want to lose anybody, especially Pro. If it's not, well, I honestly don't know what I'd do. Flame burns super bright and heat fills the entire room. I notice a bunch of paper burning in the base of the fire. A few people who walk by throw some more paper in.
What are they doing?
Like a prayer or something?
Oh yes, we read about this in a book. They write who they support on a piece of parchment. When they throw it in, the flame continues to burn.
So the flame is only burning during matches?
Yes, their desire for change is the catalyst. They light these flames with their hope for the future. It is anonymous too, so you can support whoever you wish. After the battle ends, the flame dwindles and turns to ash. A clean slate for the victor. That is what this symbolizes.
That's pretty cool. Want to get some parchment, Hal?
Sure, if you would like to partake, we can see if the victor lines up with our wishes.
I sure hope so.
It's freaking music, by the way. This door leads to the private rooms where we're supposed to prepare. But we wouldn't have much time to prepare, so we'd be fighting pretty soon. Could I use the Blade of Exodus in combat? Do they even know what it is? This door leads to the private rooms where we're supposed to prepare... Oh, wait. Never mind. I thought it was going to be a different one. Okay. Hal, hard part is... Hal stands in the middle of the Colosseum lobby. Staring deep in the flames, it looks like he's lost in thought. He's whispering to himself, but I'm unable to discern his words. I take slow, cautious steps toward him, curious as to what he's doing. But like always, he reacts before I can initiate the conversation.
We knew you'd be there, Monarch.
I take a few steps back and cross my arms. He turns to face me and looks into my eyes.
A few steps backward, as always. But away from what? Do you fear us? No, you mustn't. You still choose to talk with us. Join us, and we shall look into the flames together. Like our vision, it is always changing, never the same. We've thought about this a lot since we talked on the boat.
He turns back to face the flames and I stand by his side. Together, we look into the flames with the heat assailing us. It feels almost unbearable at first, but soon get used to it.
I know what you're feeling, Monarch. We felt the same when our vision first went astray, but now we find ourselves asking, is it actually astray? Seeing both the future and the past, is it really bad? For example, we see Draco win the battle, but also Vivian. We see Pro fall, and Ulrich fall. We even see a future where you fall. Instead of seeing only ahead, we see in every direction. It is almost like a natural evolution to the power we hold. If we can learn to control this, it would be a tremendous boon. The same goes for the visions of the past. Different outcomes, different information, secrets revealed. What if we could search these alternate paths for information? Let us look at the attack on the Rebel HQ in Mazio. Perhaps a past exists where Damak found out about it. Not useful now, but I think you see what we're suggesting.
Makes sense. Seeing alternate versions of the past. Perhaps versions exist where information comes to light early. If he could learn to control this power, it would help us tremendously. For example, what if a past exists where we didn't bother with Alarinthia? He could search through memories of our attack in Balteus and glean information. Perhaps we've even made it far enough to learn the Triumvirate's true identity. But unless he could control this power, it could be useless. It would be useless to speculate. It turns my head just to think about, but I've seen alternate futures firsthand. I have to consider the possibility of alternate paths as well. It stands to reason. There was no real explanation for either, so both were oddities. The old monarchy had the power of visions, but where did they come from? Hal turns to face me, the flames illuminating his differently colored eyes.
We wish to try to master this ability before the final battle. If we can gain any useful information, it would aid our attack on Balteus, especially if it can help us uncover any traitors within our ranks.
Traitors?
The more we think about it, the more it makes sense. In the Rebel HQ, you were as lambs to the slaughter. The Triumvirate must have been tipped off somehow. Rest assured that if there is a traitor, we will find them. After that, their fate and punishment is yours to decide. It is unlikely that Shane is the only turncoat among you.
The thought fills me with fright.
Pro even walks along the path of disloyalty, siding with Draco. And making things more complicated, we will keep a closer eye on him. He's most suspicious.
I must admit, Pro's actions did confuse me. In fact, everybody in Alarinthia confused me. They treat this Colosseum business like afternoon tea. Like all of this death is just a daily occurrence for them. At least it kept them introverted. The Triumvirate would like that. Hi Diesel, welcome on in, hope you're doing well. Those focused on fighting themselves would be less inclined to rebel.
There is more to this story than we know. We hope that in the end, an alliance is formed. We would prefer to leave this nation as soon as possible. An endless cycle of death, creating strength. Each leader falls to someone stronger than themselves. Through death and sacrifice, Alarinthia gains power. We would prefer to gain power through other means. When you rule this world, Monarch, please consider this. Do not walk down a path similar to the Triumvirate. The occupation was a prime example of their nature. They kill others to gain strength, to ensure they rule. It would pain us to see you become like that. It truly would.
Doing right over here, Diesel. I hope you're doing well. He stares at the sword on my back.
Because you may follow after them without even knowing it. For now, that is all we have to say. There are no other concerns. Next time we talk, perhaps more will have come to light. At least, we hope.
I step away, taking his hint. See how mastering his new visions would be helpful. What if any traitors are revealed? That would be devastating. These were alternate paths, he said to himself. Or he said to himself. What if someone is a traitor only in some far-off past? He would end up punishing somebody innocent and loyal. His words were as cryptic as always, especially about cycles. Oh yeah, make sure they're okay. I know I wield the Triumvirate's blade, but I am not like them. The cycle of death, the tyranny, would end by my hand alone. I look back over my shoulder, he's still staring into the flames. Every time I talk to him, he tells me something new about his powers. As we approach our final battle, however, he'd be more rushed than ever. If there were any secrets to be learned, I trust that he could do it. But as always, a few major questions find themselves at the top of my list. Who is the Triumvirate? Why do they require purity? Are there any traitors? See Mahal would be the key to solving all of these mysteries and more. The power that he saw as a curse was now turning into a bountiful source of hope. That was the miracle of changing views. Your curses and your faults become strengths. And if there's anything that would carry us to victory, it would be finding that inner strength. There was 22 Persona cameos? Damn. Okay. Guess we'll go to the private room. The private room is small and cozy. One lone window provides a view of the arena. We're all able to fit inside without too much discomfort. Dominic seems to be mediating an argument between Ulrich and Pro. Oh god. They look in my direction as I enter, but quickly get back to business. Given the circumstances, it made sense that Ulrich and Pro were at odds.
Stop being so stubborn, Ulrich! We can do this without killing each other. Just focus on the leader. That's all you need to do.
I don't think you heard me the first time. There's nothing I won't do to secure victory.
He takes heavy steps toward Pro, backing him up against the wall.
That means if I have to kill you, I will.
No!
And there's no way you're going to convince me otherwise. The future of my nation is at stake. Your life means nothing to me.
No, don't kill the precious boy! He steps away, having made his point. Dominic interferes, getting in the way of Ulrich.
Look, we can figure something out. There's no need for either of you to die. I'll be fighting down there too, so...
Bruiser, hi, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Ulrich quickly cuts him off.
Stop controlling everything, Dominic. This isn't even your army anymore. You need to start acting that way.
But...
No, this army belongs to the Monarch. She's the one that will be fighting down there. Besides, planning like that is against the rules. It's a fight to the death, no matter what. Conspiring to prevent that displays a lack of honor. I may want to overthrow this tradition, but I won't mock it.
tilts his head toward Draku, who stands in the corner of the room.
Mutual respect. That wasn't something I expected, Ulrich. There's nothing I enjoy more than an honorable opponent. It almost makes up for the attempt at crashing my ball.
Smirks, sinister look on his face. I want to freaking kill this guy.
But it doesn't mean I'll go easy on you. Where is Vivian, by the way? Did he run?
No, he's in a separate room. Something about meditating before the fight. I leave him be until it's time to do this. Speaking of which, may I request some time with my comrades? If the battle is starting soon, then some farewells may be in order.
He looks at Pro as if his words were some sort of threat.
Of course. I didn't mean to intrude. As soon as you're ready, we will begin. I'll be in the lobby while I wait for you all.
Soon after, we're left alone, just me and my comrades. A tense feeling permeates the air. Things were different now. Even if Ulrich and Pro survived, a rift had grown among our ranks. And at this point in time, I'm unsure if we could mend it. I gulp as I wait in silence and wait for someone to speak. It's Pro. He seems to be acting pretty sensible right now.
Okay, so let's go over this situation before the fight begins. We need to make sure we understand exactly what's going down. The upcoming alliance will ensure our attack on Balteus hits hard. I'm fighting alongside Draku as his champion. The fight is over if either him or myself fall in combat. Our reserve forces will consist of the created seers. On the other hand, Ulrich is fighting alongside Vivian as his champion. The Monarch will fight in Vivian's reserve forces alongside his army. It may not be as strong as Draku's, but Vivian isn't about strength. If Draku wins, the nation will stay exactly the same. But if Vivian wins, he will lead Alarinthia in a new direction. Hopefully, one that allies itself with the new monarchy.
Pro crosses his arms.
Someone will die here today. Either Vivian, Draku, myself, or Ulrich. But these deaths will not be in vain. They will give our army incredible strength. Their lives will help us reshape this world. Or mine. I'm ready to die for this too.
No!
We wouldn't stand a chance if we attacked Balteus on our own. An alliance is necessary, and this is the best way we can get it. One life taken here today is worth it to change all of Alestia. To finally take this world back from the Triumvirate, we must simply hope that the Monarch made the right choice. If there even is a right choice in this type of situation.
I was gonna say, I don't think there is a right choice.
For example, our allegiance with Vivian isn't guaranteed. If Draku wins, he won't offer us his men. We sided against him. That's a good possibility, given his reputation in the Colosseum.
Pro is really taking charge here. It's impressive.
That about sums it up. Me, Ulrich, and the Monarch need to go to the arena. Everyone else will be given seats to watch us fight.
I'm not looking forward to this.
If this is the last time I see you all, then goodbye. It was an honor serving you and fighting for freedom. I can only hope that you gain that freedom in the end.
He stops talking and stands in the corner of the room, saying nothing. Balessa and Fortem are nodding as they understand the situation. Tell they were confused before, so his explanation definitely helped.
I don't have much to say. I just wanted to get rid of Draku. I'm not very good at farewells either, so I won't waste your time. Good luck in the future, all of you. I hope to see you again.
He gives us all a slight bow before retreating into another corner. This leaves me with Hal, Dominic, Balessa, and Forten.
The created seers are already waiting by the arena. I'll take everyone to our seats so we can watch you fight. I guess it's on you now, Monarch. Head to the arena.
Do you really need to rush into it like this? Can't you take some time to prepare? Then train?
That would be impossible. Alarinthia takes these battles very seriously. Delaying it would insult the honor of all participants.
Screw honor then! I'm not ready to say goodbye just yet. There's still so much we need to do.
Shake my head. There's no point in trying to delay this. Whatever happened, happened. I wouldn't be the tipping point.
Then don't say goodbye. Simply hope that she survives this battle. Cheer her on from the sidelines. Support her.
I guess that's all we can really do. Things will work out for the best. I know it. We're due for some good luck by now. Should we go take our seats?
Yeah, we probably should. Monarch? Good luck.
Thanks, I'm gonna need it. He smiles at me before leaving the room. I guess not treating this as a goodbye helped them. It made them feel like they'd be seeing us all again. I wish I can guarantee that. I really do. Alessa, Vortem, and Howl soon follow suit. I'm left here with Ulrich and Pro. Silent. There's no point in bickering at the gates of death. Perhaps they've simply accepted what's coming. This battle would start when I went to the arena. A battle that decided the fate of a nation. And by extension, the fate of our entire world. This is the first time I felt the weight of my role. I'm the monarch. I'm shaping a world that I'll go on to rule. That is, if I survive the battle in the Colosseum and in Balteus. It was time to take charge. I'd go to the arena and end this. Whether I lived or died, I'd make my mark upon this world. Oh my god. This is getting heavy. There's a book and a sword sitting there. Between the two, a small dagger rests there. I go to touch it, but Pro quickly stops me.
Hey, don't touch that! It's mine! I plan to use it during the upcoming battle. Never touch a weapon that's not your own.
Sorry. I apologize and set my sights to the book. It seems to be about the Grand Library in Balteus. Why was this here? Was somebody studying it?
The Grand Library. Located in Balteus, the Grand Library is something of an anomaly. While many say it contains literature about Alestia's entire history, nobody has ever actually set foot inside. Rumors of a mysterious man tending to the books are rampant. Could such a collection really be under the watch of one individual? Furthermore, what are the books actually about? Members of the Triumvirate's Honor Guard ensure that nobody but this mystery man enters the library. But who could he be? Just what is the Triumvirate protecting?
How you doing, Dylan? Let's talk to Pro. Heart to heart. Yes, I feel like I need this right now. Oh, I thought you were reacting to me. Oh god, not this music again! No! I approach Pro, who remains standing in the corner of the room. It looks like he's scared or nervous, but that's understandable. I mean, yeah, I'd be crapping brakes. In mere moments, we'd be fighting for the future of our army. A few moments after my steps come to an end, Pro looks at me. Sorrow appears on his face, and it looks like he's filled with regret.
Look, I'm sorry for making things complicated. I've been getting looks from everybody. They hate me. I put my life at risk and foolishly offered our own army. We need that army for our final attack on Balteus. Everybody thinks I've condemned us to death, but it's not true. This situation is super complicated and their vision is so narrow.
It is complicated.
I wish this didn't have to happen right now. Especially after that moment we shared on the boat. I'm guessing that this is it for us. Isn't it, Monarch?
No, don't do this to me again. course not. I forgive you, Pro.
Wait, seriously? Thank you. Oh, I was so scared you'd cut things off. I really value our bond, Monarch. I swear. You sided with Vivian, so this was a total gamble. It's good to know that we can endure a difference in opinion. Ulrich wasn't giving me the same courtesy. I think he'd even kill me.
Yeah, and that's the scary part.
But I guess I can understand why he'd do that. This isn't just about an alliance to him. This is his home. He wants to change it for the better, like we all do with Alestia. I know this whole situation is really confusing. To be honest, I don't even know every little detail. But as long as we all trust each other, it'll work out.
Takes a few steps, closing the distance between us. His eyes are filled with hope now, a stark contrast to moments ago.
Thank you so much, Monarch. I know there isn't much time, so we need to get going. But that's all I needed to talk about. I'm good to go.
I'd be terrible at this game. I try and please everyone and not lose anyone. It's basically impossible, Dylan. It's impossible to please everyone. You can try all you want. You can't do it. He wraps his arms around me and rests his head against my shoulder.
We'll make it through this. I know it. You may not understand, but I promise you will. Just give it time. I know I'd happily give you all of mine.
Stop it!
After this battle, we'll have a long chat. There's so much I need to tell you, but I just can't right now. I promise that at the end of the day, this will all make sense.
He smiles and runs off to the lobby. I guess it was time. We'd finally do this. I'm thankful that our bond remains intact. Oh. How's it going? My heart, my heartstrings. Help! Oh no! Interesting. Oh my god! I didn't cry, but ooh, it could have made me cry again. I freaking love this precious bead. I don't care what anyone thinks. Oh my god. They may have just spoiled it. I mean, I feel like it was kind of inevitable. Like, I have a feeling... Like, here's the way I'm thinking it right now. I'm thinking that, well, I mean, I'm assuming Pro's gonna be perfectly fine. Just considering, you know, give the pets. Yeah, I don't know. Something's gonna happen, obviously, but I don't think we're gonna lose our comrades. But I guess we'll have to find out. With that being said, I think now is the perfect time to wrap up. As much as I want to keep playing, because I am truly invested in this. But I do need to wrap up, because I do have some things I need to do. I know, I'm dying to play this. Like, I want to keep playing. I really do. Like, I'm so invested in the story now. But I do need to wrap it up. I do have some things I need to do. So, yeah. Good to leave on a cliffhanger, though. It's gonna be an interesting one when we get back. That's for sure. Oh, jeez. Alrighty, then. Depending on your choices, you can come very surprisingly close to pleasing everyone in this game. That's right, I made those choices. Not saying. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure I mean, so far some people are not happy with me, but, you know. Can't please everyone. But yeah, we will return to this next week. I am very excited. I want to keep playing. I really do.